putting on your penis
All right,
habits.
welcome.
I was just
Welcome to Data Dance.
Look, man, whenever life gets me down and I'm wearing a frown, I just look down. I'm in awe of my enormous penis.
You might need to like get that checked out.
It might be a tumor.
It does scare
Yeah.
the hose. Because it is much like...
It is
hose.
definitely a tumor, then.
Anyway, aside
I
from
actually have
things
to
that do
keep it
not
coiled up.
exist, Bright, what's going on today with Data Dams? Last time we finished off 2 wars consecutively. Now we finished Archanglia after beating the compact into submission. I guess I'm doing the roundup of what happened with George.
Exactly. That is
I
the
see-
correct
It was
statement.
all one war.
I see what you did.
It was in fact only one war. This is the correct statement. Anyone who argues this will be banned.
There are 4 lights.
Yep. So after concluding the war scenario,
Which there was only one of.
I will not be gaslit. After concluding the war scenario,
Yeah, I'm the DM. You're literally here to get gaslit by me. What are you on?
after concluding the war scenario, George met with the heroes of the compact, who said, "Yeah, the generals are being right twats, but we would have beaten the Archanglians instead if they left us with our forces."
Yep.
Could have totally kicked either Archanglia or Wylland's ass if they had just sent them with the army, but no.
And meanwhile,
They
George
wouldn't
said,
have succeeded,
"That's
though. They
cute.
would have
Look at
failed."
this coil gun I'm working on."
Yeah, literally.
Yo, cool. Check out this prototype coil gun. Explodes, doesn't work.
However, in the meantime, I have produced an coil gun that is powerful enough to send something to the moon. It just broke after
Not
doing
necessarily to the moon, just orbit.
that. We sent a ball of copper and sand out of the atmosphere.
True. That doesn't mean you can necessarily send it to the moon.
No.
Also,
However, wherever
And
that
we're
thing
aiming
lands, it's
for
gonna
the
have
sun.
A hell of a fucking bad day.
Stop trying to hit the moon. We're trying to hit the sun.
also, you probably are neglecting aerothermal heating when you say it would have exited the atmosphere.
Well,
But,
it did. So
If
yeah,
it was
but
going
did.
too fast, it would have burned up before it had the chance.
Yeah, but it did.
Anyway, that's enough of both autism and summary. Bright, what is happening now?
Yes. Let us begin as we mean to go on. 6 months have passed since the end of one war. And you lot have busied yourself with doing, well,
Things.
depending on what your characters are doing. You haven't really been in much contact with each other, but a letter arrived from, to some of you, a familiar sender. To others, it was forwarded by car, inviting you to the Republic City of Alor, the only named one.
I see. It's a loreful city.
They need to fucking kick you again.
You had to kick me for every pun I said.
You really would get nowhere.
Yeah.
The
Anyways,
codec would be banned forever.
Maybe I should. But you are invited to. Well, it's worded as a ball, but those of you in the know understand it to be a conclave of everyone and anyone who can help in the fight against the sun.
I see. So it's the Solar Gala.
So Sabina isn't allowed to bring a +1.
She is. You are all allowed to bring your retinues, whoever that may include.
The
What's
absolute.
George going to bring?
The Absolute's a bit busy, but he can send Kagami with you.
Based. I'll always bring
Sounds
Kagami
nice.
to a party.
But does anyone have anything they wanted to do in the 6 months prior? Also, Egg.
Yeah.
I believe the answer to that question is technically yes, but that doesn't really matter because it no longer exists.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember what it was specifically that you had said when we were coming up with that.
Yep.
Was it-
But does anyone have anything they want to do in those 6 months before?
I had a list of things that Sabina prioritized during the 6 months. One would be more apparent than others, whether or not she has progressed in Opal. Has she been able to make the curing process more reliable? Since you started
I
working with
believe. Yes, your test with the Grand Arcanist revealed that it technically wasn't the Callisto blood, but it was the fact that both Sabina and Jem, the only survivors, had a very solid, I suppose, foundation would be the most correct term. They knew who they were better than most people, and that wasn't prone to change.
Survived due to arrogance. Perfect.
Basically.
have a good image of self-worth, and you can survive the curing process.
It's not guaranteed. It takes a specific type of person. And it is possible that being a Callisto does produce that type of person, but it's certainly not all Callistos.
So the question then would be, is that able to turn into a process where she can invite her sister and be like feed her a fucking regimen to say, okay, and to give us the most chances possible of everything succeeding, this is what needs to be done, and we're pretty certain it's as close to 100% chance as possible.
You're not going to be looking at 100% chance in your lifetime, because
No, not in the lifetime, but
close
as possible.
The current chance is 2% only because of the 100 people who tried, only 2 lived.
Okay, they were just the wrong people. They didn't even have they didn't even have name tags, okay?
They were all named characters, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah?
Really? Name them all.
It's actually your fault that you can't.
Actually, I can name them all. You just don't want me to.
Look, right, you need to do like the Call of Duty thing and give every random person their own name and rank and title.
God, I want to call your bluff so hard.
Do you? Do you?
But anyway, what
Frantically Googling random name generator.
what What would be Aura's response to trying to go through the cure process as apparently little success chance as there is?
How would Aura respond to that? She probably wouldn't risk it on account of having been recently married and actually enjoying life for a while. What with Chun presumably being back home for the 6 months.
Yes, she would. But she would spend her time between back home, training, and asking Kagami to delegate people to organize everything for the city.
Hey Kagami, you know how I have work? Can I not?
Well, she doesn't know how that works.
Just like how the Absolute does it.
Yes. They were trained by the same master after all.
But I'm pretty sure Aura would be against anything that would risk her fairly cushy life currently.
Well, Sabina's not gonna get in the way of that.
And I'm decently sure Chun wouldn't be for it either, considering.
Not with such low chances.
Yeah.
And she's not even gonna taunt her about how she could do it. She could too. She'll just respect her decision.
You don't want to get murdered?
Well,
But with that being a failure, she's not gonna try to contact her friends or anyone else in the family yet to go forward with what is allegedly a 4% chance, and you have to have a very aware personality.
who mentioned 4%?
2%.
Don't you try to up the percentage.
we don't even roll D100s here.
Yeah, that's how low the chances.
Well, being one of the few of her kind, she's gonna put in the rest of her time into researching methods to, not be the last free Callista. Sending out letters to people that she could assume or guess have some mastery of shapeshifting as one method.
Who would you send the letters to?
Well, we know Steric, but we don't know if there's a way to actually contact him. Swear we've known some other fucking shapeshifter, but I can't remember off the top of the head.
May's technically a shapeshifter in that she can do vampire into bat form, but that's not really what you're looking for.
Correct, yes. I guess you would send letters to Posto and other academies about magic for changing forms or other artificial ways of expanding the populace, shall we say?
Alright, give me just a flat D10. Actually, you know what? If you have Laura Arkaine, you can add that, I guess.
Alright, add 4 to that.
Alright. From your research you did and contacting the Academy in Posa, you didn't find anything on shape changes you know of, but you did hear rumors that a certain druid and a few friends of his started some sort of revivalist movement for druids. Last that was heard, they were in They were in, they were up north, close to the funerary aisles.
Is there someone that we can
Of
send
course.
letters to? Or perhaps send a letter to Amos and see if one of them are selling their services?
I suppose you could attempt to get a Paladin Amos to, or even a regular jobber to try and track down Steric and the others.
Yep, that will be something that she puts her efforts into. On top of all the other rulership things she's doing.
Well, considering it doesn't take a lot of effort to send a letter or two. You would have gotten a quote for the price, which I'm sure you could spend state funds on.
Considering that this is directly related to the situation of having an heir for the compact, I believe it is a necessary expense.
Yes. The council isn't going to argue with your spending choices.
They can argue a little.
But after having paid the price, and a few weeks pass, mostly no word from the people you hired, you do get a word that they're supposedly attending some sort of ball in the Republic soon. Friends of friends invited them or something like that.
Oh boy, good thing that Sabina's invited to such a ball.
How convenient.
Right after she spent such money to track them down.
It's taxpayer dollars, who cares?
Well, with that on lockdown, not knowing if there's an earlier meeting, I guess Sabina spends the rest of her time focusing on.
You can probably track them down earlier, but it's not worth it considering they're going to be heading towards your location anyways.
In a few months' time.
Yes. It's not a long wait, considering you'd have to travel that much anyways if you wanted to meet up with them.
Then I guess she's gonna put the rest of her time into ruling the compact in whatever direction she can, and her relationship with Danielle.
Alright. We covered George's thing, which just leaves May.
Yep.
Because Aethif isn't here. Is May up to something?
Always.
But what specifically? If anything.
Well, imagine that putting Forva back together into a profitable state will take up a fair bit of time, but somewhat conveniently, especially with Forva's, somewhat unrelated. But she would also be doing any research into whatever records the compact may have on her kin. See if there's anything useful she can glean from there. See if she can figure out anything. Just see what records they have. Probably in Poso from what the lord of that other city had said.
Yeah, give me a Arkaine check.
Sure. Let's see. I have those two.
All right. The the University of Poso would be able to supply you with some of the older records they have, detailing a land that is currently occupied by the Tumerian Empire that used to be a vampire nation of sorts.
Mhm.
But more interestingly, or at least I would wager it's more interesting for May. They would be able to mention a collector of sorts in Caravalia who supposedly has access to at least a sample of vampire blood from that time, which hasn't died out, as it were.
Fascinating.
Now,
Any sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, May has pretty decent vampire powers considering her lineage.
Mhm.
However, vampire powers do differ from individual to individual. And if this is a different lineage from you, which you aren't sure, it would certainly be handy to have if you wanted to found a new vampire nation.
It definitely sounds like something to check out. Where was Caravalia?
Hold on, let's go to the world map. The dark blue.
Dark blue. Ah, okay.
Yep.
So a decent ways away then.
Decent ways away.
Where was it that you were saying? I don't remember if we ever established where specifically the homeland would have been.
Around this
That area?
area.
All right. Yes, that is definitely a thing that that will be checked out. Though, given the timing on some of the rebuilding and stuff, that probably happens
And
after the
you're
fall.
you're probably gonna have to. It's an old world map which hasn't been updated. Don't worry about it. You don't have the geographers guild around to update your maps, I'm afraid.
Yeah, flying into the heavens.
What a life to be a geographer. But you could probably at least attempt to find the collector in the time you have. But it might be wiser to focus on rebuilding the city instead.
It seems somewhat more time prescient to not fall behind anywhere else on rebuilding efforts. So.
All right, so May spends her time rebuilding the city. The question is, do you attempt to set up an anchor for Autopia in Forva, or are you going to let that happen in Tucano and keep Forva for yourself?
The deafening silence of decision making.
Oh, no, I immediately had an answer while I was muted. I would like for there to be an anchor in Forva.
Right. Well, it's going to take the rest of your time to set one up, but it's not outside of your capabilities.
Brilliant. Yes.
Gets given territory, immediately gives it away.
Very, very much of that is go. This one.
Against father's wishes.
Look, I specifically wanted Forva connecting Autopia to travel gates.
Well, having two anchors in such close proximity is functionally pointless. So, on your recommendation, the work on the one in Takano is going to be stopped because Takano doesn't have a portal access.
Is this river a navigable river? I assume, given the number of major settlements on it.
It's
Really?
fairly navigable.
Brilliant. I'm sure that will be a future engineering project down the road, improving the navigability of that river. But
Down the river, you might say. Well,
But
first
having-
things first, blow up the Hagian constructed bridge to piss off Chun, but also to let boats pass through.
also to replace it with a bridge that is able to support traffic underneath it.
Look, they built the bridge for speed, not convenience. This during the war.
Actually,
they built a siege tower and they just toppled it over the bridge.
I'm actually kind of surprised that
Hashno.
Tertelle wouldn't have had a bridge already, given its scale. But yes, that bridge would definitely
They get most
be
of,
replaced.
they get most of their traffic from or they used to get most of their traffic from the river. They didn't really need a bridge, and there was two bridges here beforehand, but those were blown up in the course of the war, so I believe it was like here and here, if I recall correctly.
Well, them being destroyed is potentially a good thing. It makes the negotiations to build a proper bridge that can sustain larger vessels underneath it more simple.
But in any case, I think that's everyone.
Pretty much.
Unless
Unless you want to elaborate on Chun, but basically that's...
I mean, Chun's doing what Chun usually does, which is
Aura
spend time
training
with-
and begging...
Yes.
Asking Kagami
begging Gora, begging Kagami.
No, asking...
Begging the absolute.
asking Kagami to do stuff for her.
So she begs Kagami and commands Aura, is what I'm hearing.
Now or commands her.
It depends on who rolls initiative better.
Well, right, you're forgetting she has a collar.
True. Actually, genuinely true. Well, the fateful day rolls around, and y'all make your way to the city of...
Allure.
I would say it, but I'm just waiting for the pun.
I've already made a few
Hello.
Allure puns.
What pun?
Hello.
Exactly. In any case, you make your way to the city of Allure, and to the famous Blue Palace, which serves as the seat of power, at least on air, for the Republic. Their main seat of power is on their main island, of course, but
What an alluring palace.
who arrives first, I wonder? Because I imagine you're all traveling separately.
It's not a far distance from Thornhold relative to most other places.
Where's the...
I'm guessing Aethif would arrive most first.
Yeah, probably.
Would he?
Aethif's a
Right.
bit... Aethif's a bit busy temporarily.
I think
He's going to be
everyone
fashionably
else,
late.
I think everyone else most likely would have been further away than Thornhold, which would probably make it easiest for May to get there first.
Well, May, your papa, the Lord of Thornhold, asks you to. Well, he gets in a box on one of those push cart things, and asks you to take him along. He has also received the invite.
Right. Naturally.
Naturally. You arrive in front of the palace, carting your papa. You're stopped by a butler.
The box is just being suspended on various jets of wind from pockets of darkness. It's actually rather noisy.
It's a gaming laptop.
The butler says they've been expecting you and asks whether you would like to be announced as you enter.
Yeah, certainly. And in case he hasn't realized, inform him to also announce my lord, papa or benefactor, whatever the best term to use with him is.
A crisp gold coin slides out of the box for the butler.
Crisp gold coin, freshly minted. Huh.
It's actually mint flavored.
Where is May's?
It's a mint chocolate coin.
Eating it instantly gives him a level.
The butler walks in front of you down the stairs and announces the illustrious Lord of Thornhold and his daughter.
Damn, no name.
He said a name, you just didn't hear it.
Well, I meant for May, but yes, also for all.
Well, I suppose it is technically Lady May now, isn't it?
Technically so, if she hasn't given up her city.
Yeah.
What? Having been introduced, you're told to make yourselves comfortable. There's food. There's music, which I should probably put on. Let's see if I have anything to fit the ambience.
Suddenly starts the battle BGM.
Would this be good? Fuck it, it'll do.
Okay, just turn that down slightly.
Fuck it, we will.
Yes.
Alright.
Yep. Well, May, you're the first to arrive. You see a whole lot of people you don't really recognize.
All the callbacks that
Oh god,
May
my
was
dog's just
there
farted.
for. Suffer.
Don't type wood on the hag.
But you see right, I hag max.
In any case, you see some people dancing to the definitely appropriate music.
Why are all the characters have the wood descriptor?
We don't all.
Yeah, all the men, all the women.
Damn, purple doesn't get wood. I see.
Is that even a woman?
Just because she's flat.
That's a she.
Oh, that's where you're ready.
You can tell by the point. You can tell by the type of hood.
Oh, is this like female elves having bigger cod pieces?
You know, I don't think that's a case in most fantasy settings, just your personal ones.
You've obviously never met an elf.
Well, the song ends, and the people take a break from dancing and begin socializing.
Let me know when George will arrive. He's going to bring his daughter. Get her used to the high life.
Which one?
The one who was coming over.
Ah, right. I don't have an image for her, so...
Oh, well, in that case, fucking he'll bring Beta. Oh, not Beta, the mage girl.
Well, the compact heroes have all been invited.
Oh, well then, yeah, he will bring his daughter.
As for your daughter, I don't remember what she's supposed to look like, so I'm just gonna AI generate something and call it a day.
Yeah, just, ginger hair. White.
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
Ginger tomboy works as a architect.
Doesn't have to be tomboy, but she doesn't wear
Yes,
glasses.
it does.
No one in George's family has ever worn glasses. At least outside of the need to protect their eyes from flying.
Do goggles
bits of metal.
count?
No.
The goggles, they do nothing.
They're very versatile out there.
In any case, do you want to interact with anybody before the others arrive, May?
I mean, May would definitely go around introducing herself and learning about the people here, but
Well, the people would introduce themselves. Most of them are Republic natives. Though the hooded figures seem familiar with your benefactor / father.
Been a father.
Yes. They seem to be good business partners.
they're a regular customer.
They always have good things to trade.
I've heard much of about your exploits from Papa. Do you what have y'all been up? What lately? I've started saying y'all IRL. I don't know why, but
what have y'all been up to?
What great exploits have
It's great to hear that
have
you're becoming
you,
American.
completed? Like,
Embrace it.
it's just a useful word, honestly. It's just
Y'all.
I've also the slightly dumb reason for saying that is because I've been looking for words other than African American from the Inner City Disenfranchised by Youth. Apologies for the Reagan administration to call people.
Just shorten it to y'all.
Oh no. You know what I mean when I say African
I
American.
know. I am aware, but
yes. I've been...
Why have you been searching for such things? They are unnecessary in this day and age.
Look, not every online context is ideal to call people that, unfortunately. But anyhow, yes, I'll talk with the mages, see what exploits they've been up to recently.
They talk about their work as mercenaries. Their treasure hunting. One of them offers you a blunt.
As in, like, marijuana?
Yes, or at least you assume.
Would that even affect May's body?
You're not sure. Then again, they are wizards. You're not sure it's not laced.
I'll politely deny on account of the fact that Pop is watching.
Well, some time passes as you mingle. Who wants to arrive next?
Well,
Distance-wise, it'd probably either be Chun or Sabina, depending on where Chun is at the moment.
I guess Sabina would arrive with her retinue, depending on... I'm guessing she tried to arrive with the rest of the, some of the other invitees that were taking residence in her nation, but May apparently fucked off the moment she got the invitation. Chun was between Hegia and the compact lands.
Yeah.
And
let's see.
Uncontactable at the best of times.
Exactly. Let's
Those
see.
are best of times.
I guess George is the only
That's
other one to attend in her retinue because he has a workshop that.
Well,
lands.
A lot of the members of the council also decided to accompany you, including two Opolar.
Not only two.
The third one has to run the country and is very salty about it.
Ah, so he lost the nose this time.
So
we're not sure what work he does, but he keeps the country afloat while he's doing it. So good on him.
Here, have them. As you arrive, the butler greets you at the door, asks if you want to be introduced.
But of course, this is official business.
Very well, ma'am. Introducing the current leader of the new. Would it be a newly found nation, or would it just be It's technically still the same compact, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still the same
Federation
nation.
now.
No.
What was the title, Rex Regis, of the compact, as well as members of the council? He lists you all off by name.
Yep. Thank you, good sir.
Have a lovely dinner. Damn, this one isn't chocolate. Unfortunate.
Chocolate's worth more than gold. What is wrong with you people?
Would you have tried to get the George, or would George be traveling alone?
I think she would recommend that George travel with the compact, especially if the heroes
Actually, you know what?
defense of the compact, the entire council being protected, being nice.
Actually, you know what? George and the heroes are gonna arrive after you slightly. They had to make a detour to pick up his daughter, or granddaughter, I think, technically.
Great granddaughter.
Yep.
Wait, no, it'd be great granddaughter actually, because she's about as old as George is, at least physically.
I don't think she was all that great.
I think Egg is right here, not even in the. I think so. I don't recall exactly. It's been a long time.
It began with a V and it sounded similar, so there we go. Retcon to Valentine.
I think it was Valerie. That's what it was.
Ah, her name was V. Got it.
You should name her Vilna, just because that would be funny.
No.
The butler, doing his job as usual, asks whether you want the introduction.
Yes, we would. Also, George isn't going to show up in his full fucking armor.
Not ceremonial wear.
He shows up naked as
ceremonial,
normal.
yeah. You know, so a nicer breastplate and cloak, and he's not wearing the helmet; he's carrying it. Yeah,
Head of
myself, my daughter, and the heroes of the compact.
head of the Birdie family and current owner of the compact forge structure, George Birdie, followed by his daughter and the heroes of the compact.
You okay then, Master? Stairs giving you trouble?
Damn, I didn't expect stairs to give any of you this much trouble, to be honest. They're
It's
just
already
stairs.
drunk. I didn't even think it was possible.
Well, it's gonna take a bit of time before anyone else arrives, I guess. So,
Valerie, dear, go make yourself some friends amongst the guests.
she will do such a thing, and, go chat up some people.
I didn't mean like that.
Speaking of,
So,
would
who is talking to who?
Lore Politics work to see who the head Republic person is in the room, or are they just the heroes of the Republic?
Also, I
It
wouldn't
would
be
be,
the head of the Berties, I'd be the progenitor.
I mean, you're technically the head as well, because,
No, he's not, though. He doesn't hold the title. Anyway.
No, he means if you detach it.
Well, everyone will see the red skull. Do I get any gasps, by the way?
No, the Republic is rather accepting of most sorts.
Sorry for interrupting.
They're accepting of the mortally challenged.
As for you, give me the lore politics if you want.
Okay. Double checking what that roll is for Sabina. Thought so. She knows everybody in the room.
You can tell a few of the important people in the room. Some of them you would have heard about from Carr, having fought them in a tournament. So they're heroes. But this lady here, you would know her as Elise. That is, she doesn't have a last name, or at least not one that people use. She is the head of the religion of the Republic.
Now, Sabina's never met an angel before, right?
Not really.
She doesn't detect the same. I'm guessing she doesn't detect the same nil energy or whatever it is. The Opular detect.
You wouldn't be able to get any of that from her. However, one of the other people in the room, the one wearing full ceremonial plate armor, including helmet, you can definitely tell that he's some sort of beast person, and also the bunny girl.
Of course, yeah. Well, depending on how into
And,
the conversation with Red, Elise is, Sabina would try to approach.
Red is chatting up the hag. Red has no shame. But aside from her, Lucian and Camille Morel, who you would see standing a bit further from everyone else, you would recognize Lucian as the supreme elected representative of the Republic.
For how many years now?
They have term limits. He's currently on his 5th year.
Second term.
Nope, still first term. It's 6-year terms.
Jesus.
Well, Sabina would
I'd say that.
first give greetings. Actually, what would be the culturally appropriate thing to do, to talk to the religious leader first, or the leader to thank for the invitation?
Well, the invitation is technically wasn't even handed out by them. It was technically handed out by Lord Abraxas, who, as far as you're aware, isn't the Republic Lord.
And who invited people on the Republic's behalf to their palace? They're still hosting
It is.
the event.
They are hosting the event, and you assume he had some contact with them about this beforehand. So it's up to you to interact with who you want.
Well,
There's no there's no prescribed way to go about this.
Well, Sabina will take her wife and go talk to the Presidente.
The man greets you with a practiced politician smile. You must be Sabina. I have to say, you've made quite a stir around Air.
I would hope that I have some of that effect, even if it's for the wrong reasons.
From what I've heard, the people under you haven't complained all that much.
I did my best to leave them untouched during the hostilities, and afterwards, I depend on the gracious wisdom of the council to assist me in attending to their needs. She says, glancing to the ones that were abandoned to their own devices and near the entrance.
And they would have probably gone off to chat to interesting people.
To mingle, yes.
Yes. He's gonna talk to the wizards. She's gonna
Go there.
oh, let's see. Chat up this guy. Why not? General is going to help himself to the food.
And Virgil's probably.
Junior is gonna stick with George for no apparent reason.
He's probably talking.
All right, that's fair enough. George was going to go up to Medici and have a chat with him about the war.
Mind you, this would
Or
be
rather, after.
this would be Medici Senior.
Oh,
It was his nephew. It was his nephew you fought in the keep.
well,
This one's slightly too old to do honor. Yeah, this one's slightly too old to do honor duels.
So Medici, pleasure to meet you at last.
Oh yes, it is. I do wish you'd pay a visit to the council every once in a while, though I understand your work keeps you busy.
Yes, you'd think I'd have more time, not needing the sleep and rest that others do, but I get caught up. A bad habit from when I was alive, you see. Anyway,
I find the more that one can work, the less one does anything else.
Yes, the way it should be, though. I want to say, I was very impressed with the way your nephew fought. And George will extend a hand for a handshake.
He's going to shake your hand.
Alright, George gives him a firm handshake, and let's go. And,
Yep.
He was a great soldier.
Firm handshake with the gauntlet, so they never leave.
Doesn't let go.
He is wearing the gauntlet, but he chooses to let go.
The temptation to say Junior grabs the gauntlet hand.
He was very impressive. He managed to best me.
Yes, he is quite something, that one.
Yes.
If someone's gonna replace me, it'll be him. Though not for a while.
No, I see you've still got life left in you. No, it's I look forward to the day where I can have a nice chat with him about things in a less tense manner. I'm still upset that things had to go the way they did, but war is as it is.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes. Well, I'm afraid that my lady companion here will be getting bored if all we do is sit around being old all day. I should go and mingle with the others. A pleasure.
Likewise.
You know you don't have to reach for my hand every few seconds, right?
Ah, but then you'll get bored trying to swap me away.
I see. Come on then. He'll just extend his hand.
Perfectly sane individual, do not worry.
If she wants to ride the bone.
Alright, so Sabina's speaking.
Look, she heard it doesn't tire, and
That is true.
God bless you,
It
Sarway.
technically has sensation.
anyway, back to more sensible conversation.
Yep, Sabina greets Lucian first after the brief exchange of pleasantries. She says, "We do thank you for hosting this event. I, though, was anticipating a letter of some sort allowing us to have such a meeting in either Wylland or the Compact, but I do appreciate the brief visits to the Republic lands I have had before in the past."
It would, from what I've heard, our benefactor had to change venues rather rapidly. Initially, they had considered the Estian Isle as the preferable place to meet, the constant cloud cover and all.
Oh, what made them choose
But-
the Blue Palace?
Had you not heard of the situation there? Things have all broken into all but war with the Empire. They haven't been this bold since 80 years ago.
And if I had a glass in hand, I would raise a toast that the Estian Isles do their best.
I do hope they can send a delegate. We should all stick together through this. At least until that thing in the sky is dealt with.
I was actually hoping to see someone from the Estian Isles to help me fix a problem that I particularly have.
I shan't inquire too deeply. Though, if you believe someone from the Estian Isles is making their way here, good. We can't afford to lose allies at this junction.
I at the very least have heard of their coming, by rumor. Priests of Amos on the Estian Isles have said that they were due to be coming here months ago.
Ah, the priesthood of Amos. Very reliable sort.
Though I don't hear that my great-grandfather has many kind things to say about them. Something about ripping him off.
Must have been a bad egg, I suppose.
Yes, not every person represents their organization well. Though speaking of the good ones, have you been introduced to anyone else on our council here? Like my lovely Opular Danielle and Master Virgil Malverdi. She looks at the man standing awkwardly low.
I had made the acquaintance with the entirety of the council on a diplomatic visit before. Well, everyone except the new Grand Arcanist.
I have heard some of the old one. It seems like all the Arcanists, though, have had their quirks.
Those who devote their lives to the study tend to do so.
Samina just idly remembers something that Danielle said in passing once, and then and says, "What are your takes on things so far? Readiness against the Empire and all that."
That's what we're here to discuss. And the fact that this entire meeting not only had to change location, but had to be somewhat rushed is at least mildly worrying. Still, the Republic will fight to the last if it has to.
And while I've only seen the man at a wedding held a little less than a year ago, is Lord Abraxas coming today? I might ask.
He is both the guest of honor and the man we're all here to see.
I suppose he's still indisposed at this time?
Something must be keeping him. Normally I'd expect him to be a bit more punctual.
One of the few people that can practically warp across the entire continent.
Whatever it is, I'm sure he has good reason.
Yeah, I do look forward to his arrival. And I do thank you for once more for the opportunity of hosting this event. And in the near future, I do hope that our compact and the Republic gets along quite famously.
As you're chatting, you hear the butler shout across the room. Let's see who would show up next. Let's do someone interesting. Donna Isadora della Rosa and her companions.
Hey! It's the Four Musketeers.
Wooden, wood, wooden, wooden.
You're just interested.
They said about chatting and whatnot.
Looks like fun. George's head does turn to stare at her ass as she goes by.
What, like a full 360 while you're chatting with someone else?
No, yeah.
Odd, I feel the magical pressure increase around Junia at the other side of the room.
Sorry, she's under my shadow. Well, I suppose I should say hello.
Sabina says aside to the president, shit, I'm forgetting what they're called now. The Caravalians have arrived. I did not know they'd be coming. Do you happen to know about the entirety of the guest list?
I know most of the members. I was assured there will be at least one or two surprise visits.
Is Archanglia going to be in attendance? She asks.
I believe they intended to send a delegation. Though, with how things are between the two of you, well, let's hope they take their time getting here.
Possibly we could set things aside, but I do have a disposition towards Archangelians now, don't I?
Most Wyllanders do. Most people of the Compact do. You happen to be both. It's only to be expected.
Well, I can't be the sole occupant of your ear. I do thank you for speaking with me. Here's to many more times after what unpleasantness ends.
It has been a pleasure. I certainly hope we can cooperate, even beyond this event.
Sabina smiles, curtsies, and goes back to the other side of the room.
Master McGill is gonna keep chatting to the man. Anyway, George was chatting with
Donna Isadora.
With
People
Isadora?
once fought against, yes.
yes.
Pleasure to meet you both. It's been quite a while.
That it has. How, I'm sorry, last time I saw you, you weren't, made of metal.
Quite so, right? No. That was a gift for winning the tournament. I can tell you it's come in handy once or twice. There's nothing quite as funny as watching a man's face as his sword breaks against your skull.
I wish we had one.
A skull?
Well,
I'm afraid you've got quite one of your own.
No, the tournament.
Yes.
The wish certainly would have come in handy with the resistance in Archanglia.
Oh? What resistance was that?
Well, our resistance against that puppet of the Empire.
Ah, that. Well, would it ease you to say that my whole purpose of being risen from my... Actually, I can't remember if it was peaceful or not, but slumber was to fight that blasted thing?
At least the wish went to a good cause, then.
Indeed.
Still, we must concern ourselves with matters at home before fixing the world.
Yes, although I'm afraid nothing will ever quite be right while that demon lurks.
If it wasn't in the sky, the puppet on our throne wouldn't have anyone to bend his knee to.
Yes, and that would resolve a few things, I can imagine. Well, you're among allies tonight, as far as I'm aware. We all want the same thing. The Empire
That we do.
torn apart, and a thing removed.
Well, it was a pleasure talking to you.
That is what. I'm happy we no longer have to fight. Have a good meeting. Stop
Let's
giving
see.
me those looks, Junior.
Have a good meeting. Yeah.
Junior, I can I made a mess. I can feel the hatred.
Good.
Ugh. Excuse me, fine lady, good sir. It's time I go and make more acquaintances.
But of course.
Once more, George takes Junior's hand and just sighs.
Sabina gets further back to where she was meaning to go, but she sees the Caravelian along the way and wishes to speak to her as well.
Hello there. I don't believe we've been introduced before.
I don't believe you have. I wasn't at the tournament where Kara's presence was revealed to much of the world once more. I'm Sabina Callisto, a leader of the Compact. She holds out her hand.
She shakes your hand and asks, by birth or by marriage?
Well, fortunately, the circumstances of me leading the Compact are complex. But I do seek a marriage in the future. She slightly glances aside before hopefully being caught looking at Danielle.
And Dust smells drama in the water.
But I hear you are of the resistance of Caravellia, correct?
That is correct, yes. We... Our little band here, anyway. We're all members of the Parliament of Lords before the sheriff declared martial law.
I did hear some small tales about the troubles that are going on. I heard that a alchemist was even saved from execution during our king's travels.
Save one. That's good. But that bastard has been cracking down. That bastard has been cracking down on free alchemists left and right as of late.
From what I heard, it was a very short stay in Caravellia. Just long enough to repair a ship.
Were it not my home, I would advise friends to get out before things got well, worse than they already are. But I shall fight for my homeland.
And one of my personal acquaintances was from Caravellia as well, or at the very least her family was. And the world would be a dimmer place were she not in it.
The world would be a much dimmer place without Caravellia.
So if there's anything that you could think to ask of the Compact, I would extend my own hand once more to you to support your efforts. Even once the Empire matter is dealt with, it's not like the Sun is the only tyrant around.
How very generous of you. I shall take you up on that offer, should the tyrant not be removed with the sun.
And then after, I look forward to a very wonderful relationship between your Parliament of Lords.
Likewise. Let's see. As you're chatting, another person joins the party, or another group, I suppose. Let's do Car's group.
Damn, bringing Saleya to the party.
I mean,
the butler introduces them as the illustrious Callisto family. Saleya gives him a glare. And Saleya the Calamity, grandest of all dragons.
Wait, she stands by that title. She's proud of being called clumsy. I mean, the Calamity.
Listen, if she didn't want people to call her the Calamity, anyone who called her the Calamity would be dead.
I have assumed that is how it went.
That is the title she chose.
Once again, George's head just swivels around mid-conversation.
I'm almost anticipating. Yeah, I knew that would be there.
Well, that
But
group
where's
goes
the
off to
line?
mingle.
Moving over to another side of the room to be the 10-foot tall dragon lady.
If you'll
You
excuse
just-
me for a second, please.
You just see Soleil toss what appears to be a pouch of something up at the balcony where the players are currently idling.
Forcing them to play music.
Oh, you should
Yes.
name them.
Hold on. Do I have a good song for this? Anyways, let's keep talking while I find something.
Yeah, Carl was just in.
Car just came in. George wanted to chat up Soleil. Last time you tried this, she fucking dismantled you almost.
Look, the second time the charm. Alright. Ah, pleasure seeing you here.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, compared to yourself, Jesus Christ. Compared to yourself, you do outshine us all.
She laughs. Was that an attempt at flirting?
Well, I'm afraid you're simply quite breathtaking.
My, you are bold. I suppose you would be, being made of metal.
Very tinny, rattly laughter. I want to thank you for your assistance during the war.
I've been told that that had nothing to do with you, at least officially. But
Well,
you are
appearances what they are.
You are welcome. I didn't expect those bastards to have a Dragon Slayer arrow in that city.
Yes. Have you recovered?
Oh, I'm quite better now.
Good, good. Say, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to try my hand at forging you some armor against such weapons.
Oh, I'm afraid no armor can do much against those.
Do you still have the arrow?
It's in my hoard. I wouldn't be insane enough to throw black adamantite away.
No, of course not. It's much too valuable for that. I keep mine on me at all times. Points to Glomrender slung across his back.
Strange blade.
My son made it for me. It was only finished recently.
What I mean is, it's black adamantite, and yet doesn't seem quite sharp enough for what it's made of.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, black adamantite can usually cut through stone like it was paper. That blade, well, it's being held in a scabbard for one.
Oh, yeah, so that's more so it doesn't climb, sleaze. Jesus Christ, my dog's being... 1 sec. Okay, she's calmed down. Well, yes. Well, that's more so that it doesn't slice clean through myself than anything else.
Most black adamantite blades would have cut through the scabbard simply from rocking around while being carried. I would love to get a good look at it later.
Well, you're welcome to examine my sword any time.
There's a groan
Very.
across the room.
Carl and Vilna just sort of all look at each other and say, you know what? A better him than us.
Sabina approaches before a disaster comes from any of this.
Oh, there's no coming. Yet.
Saleya is in a much more jovial mood than last time.
Jovial mood or no, Sabina approaches, saying, yeah, she would say, actually, would she say a familial relation?
I'm back.
Nah, fine, just Saleya.
Step grandma?
Well,
Great step aunt.
Great aunt-in-law.
I'm sure you want to be stepped on by the great aunt.
Oh, yeah.
The great aunt is
Don't
a
give me
normal
ideas.
size. So he says that Sabina, or no, fuck. She's not a Pokemon. Whatever.
Sabina.
Saleya. It's great to see you've fully recovered. How do you enjoy the fruit basket?
It was quite thoughtful.
I do apologize for putting you in harm's way like that, but it's good to see you walking out up and about. I didn't think that you'd be traveling to here. I thought I heard that Chun was asking things of you.
Oh yes, that one. Quite bold. I suppose all your friends must be.
As we must.
Well, I promised to assist her with some minor things in return for her aid. As for my being here, well, I have rather grown tired of having a throne above mine own. And this little group that aims to tear it down is about the best chance anyone has.
It is an honor to have you join with us in our efforts.
Correct
Well, we all want the
response.
same thing.
Well,
I did.
personally, I would much prefer to plant my own seed up there, rule over the world. But
You almost see Bertie's red skull become slightly redder.
dethroning the current thing is a step on that process, I suppose.
Yes, well, it'd be nice to enjoy the sun.
Oh, I do forget that your kind can't simply fly beyond its measly gaze. Enjoy some real sunlight every once in a while.
Oh my. I would ask that you allow me to experience such once at some point.
I heard geographer guilds ignoring what Bertie said, immediately interjecting a different topic. I heard geographer guilds used to travel up that high just to write maps, and they've had to stop so far. Is there no danger for you to travel that far out into the skies?
I will admit I have to stay low for my travels, at least until I reach one of the poles. Then I can make my way upwards towards some real sunlight.
Well, here's hoping that we can get rid of your inconvenience once and for all.
If only I could get rid of inconveniences once and for all. I suppose it would be a rather boring world without anyone else in it.
We do appreciate your discernment.
Yes, enough flattery. Excuse me a moment. She turns around and instead of chucking money, she chucks a fireball at the players, which does get them playing. Hold on. Oh damn it! It didn't load.
No, wrong format. Strikes again.
3. Oh,
They're all
hold on.
named bad.
Could George not intercept that with the glowing render?
Does he want to?
Do you dare?
What, knock the fireball out of midair?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you
dare.
don't have.
Probably not a smart idea.
I'm pretty sure you don't have Sentinel, so no.
True.
But also, would you fucking dare?
I mean, as she goes to summon fire, Bertie instinctively would reach for it.
Intercept it with your face.
It's not her boot.
You don't
Yeah, you
have
want-
to say that.
Yeah, you just want to intercept her
No one
balls.
forced you.
Look, right, I'm a weak man for women twice my height.
With fiery balls.
You could have cut that sentence off much earlier.
I think the full context is important.
You could have just cut it off at the word weak.
I am. Man.
Anyways, as you're chatting, let's see who else who do I want to show up next?
Flip a coin. Roll a dice.
Well, I actually, Wolf Sadler hasn't shown up. Sorry, Wolf Sadler, I didn't notice because you were quiet.
We've been cock blocking him.
Yeah, Kagami and Shun should have shown up earlier. That's my bad. Sorry.
Kagami-chan and Aura? Question mark?
What is it with people forgetting me this week?
I don't know. You're just very forgettable this week.
Look, yesterday I was supposed to work until 1600, like 10 hours. But my supervisor forgot to tell me that the mechanics didn't arrive for the machine, so I didn't have to do that.
I see. Well, the butler announces Sword Saint of the Absolute and his advisor, as well as the wife of the Sword Saint of the Absolute. What a title.
Sailed all the way from Hegia, and boy are her arms tired.
Anyway.
Huh?
Well, wouldn't it be her tongue? Don't answer that. Do not answer that.
Ah, that's what you mean. Okay.
Don't answer it.
Okay, I guess Chun and Entourage arrive. She gives one look to Zalea, waves with a pleasant smile, and decides that having Sabina and George around her is probably going to lead to drama, so she excuses herself.
George does let that pass. He says, "Oh, hi, Sabina." No, not Sabina. Hi, Chun. Kagami.
Zalea would give you a small wave back.
Drama.
Zalea would give you a small wave back.
She greets George and Sabina as well before.
I hope the collar's
again.
holding up well. But, put in
Shouting
adjustments if
across
you
the
need.
room.
There we go.
Ah,
Yeah,
music. Okay.
He looks to her. Let me know if you want me to make it tighter for her.
Later.
A swift nod.
steps forward. Do make it tighter.
George's skull is significantly redder.
Not just size. I guess Kagami would walk up to someone of importance, let's say here, and mingle with people.
Kagami's gonna mingle, as is his
His
job.
Let's see, who looks interesting. I guess Virgil is out.
I mean, you're welcome to talk to anyone.
Yeah, John is going to see if anyone interesting is here. She
Good
walks
look
up.
For someone interesting, walks by car.
She knows him well enough. She knows him enough to where he's not interesting anymore.
Look, she knows him enough that she actually married his great-granddaughter. They are family now. No need to greet him.
All right, who do you want to talk to in this group? Because there does seem to be quite a few people.
Let's talk to Uno and Das. See if they have anything interesting to say.
They greet you, vaguely remembering you from the tournament.
She introduces herself again, and Aura. Before
Sword
squinting.
Saint. So the whole thing was rigged from the start.
No, I earned this title. Well, not through the tournament, but after the tournament.
Huh. Well, I suppose it somewhat stings knowing I was defeated fairly.
Barely, yes, that was a fair fight, right?
Who remembers anymore?
Yeah. She looks away awkwardly. Barely remembering then. So, Caravellia, I think, was it?
Yes.
How is it these days?
It's same old, getting worse. We're trying to stop that, of course.
Yes, I heard that your ruler was some sort of imperial puppet. Well, good thing that you are trying to work against that. I'd
If you ever
hate
had
to
the
build
guts
another
to
country
leave-
dome.
If he ever had the guts to leave his palace, this would have been sorted ages ago.
Yeah. Rulers can be difficult.
I heard there was a civil war or something over at your nation. I
Yeah,
hope everything's fine.
Oh yeah, it's fine now. I mean, fighting is still going on, but no one's dying. It's more of a
Well,
sparring
that's-
match these days. You know,
That's
keep the
good to
troops
hear,
ready.
at least.
What about you? How many of you are there in this resistance?
Depends on who.
Where are your hideouts?
Depends on who you ask. You ask our supporters. Damn near 80% of the country is on our side. You ask the sheriff's men. The four of us are entirely alone without any help. We've got reliable allies. Enough to form a minor army if necessary. Though we're trying to seek solutions outside of that.
Yeah, most civil wars tend to be messy. The Warring States period back in the days, while entertaining and certainly a nice challenge, was quite bloody back then.
I'd hate to be killing countrymen, even if they are boot-looking cowards.
Yeah, the last civil war, you know, the one this year, only like 700 people died. That's good. We need those men.
Good numbers, and good numbers for a civil war.
So, do you plan to fight against the Empire after you liberated your own country?
It depends on what we hear from this gathering. Hopefully we can enlist some help to clean up Caravalia. With the path through the Malvis Gordon being open, Caravalia could serve as a proper staging point now.
That is a nice idea. But enough about that. How are you personally? How did life treat you?
I've been treated better than most. Comes with being born into nobility, I suppose.
Oh, a noble, huh?
Of course, it comes with its responsibilities too. A few others could lead our rebellion, and those that could don't have a reason to want to.
Yeah, I myself am rather inexperienced when it comes to leading men. Only in a recent war against the Compact did I really do so.
And she's only recently experienced in leading.
From what I've heard, you did a decent job of it.
Yeah, I had good men under my command, and the rulers of the cities were extremely reasonable.
To you.
A lot of people
Hush.
tend to be reasonable when you have an army.
She stretches lazily, but peasant girl to sword saint to conqueror to protector of 2 cities claimed in the war. Nice life I led. Time to retire, I think. After the Temerians are burned to the ground.
Well, Caravalia is lovely during the sun, or at least so they say.
I do have a project for my retirement. It's a nice martial arts school on the new island. I asked the Calamity, Lady Solea, to create a new city will be built. Quite a nice project. Price was cheap, just a favor against another dragon.
Lol, Well, I wish you the best of luck. Personally, I wouldn't tangle with any of the dragons. Even the youngest among them are, well, quite the menace.
Well, it's aiding Solea. I'm unfortunately not strong enough to handle a dragon on my own.
Well, once you
Well,
build
you
that
don't
martial
have
arts
to
school,
manage
you might just become that.
Oh, obviously I intend to be as strong as a dragon. Stronger even. But that time is sadly still in the future. Well, it has been nice meeting you again. She and
Likewise.
Aura walk off, heading towards.
Aura walks towards... Aura sees the food table, sees a very large drinks table off in the distance too.
As George
Food
notices
first.
you walking away from his daughter, you get a harsh glare.
His daughter.
Great granddaughter.
Great
Yeah.
granddaughter.
Did John ever meet her?
I don't think so.
So why would she care?
No, I'm not saying that you've done anything.
It's just that you're so close to doing something with all your lesbianness.
He knows what you are.
Alright,
Meanwhile,
so,
he himself is being glared at by Junior.
He's pointedly ignoring it. You can definitely feel it.
Sabina stayed in conversation with Saleya long enough just to introduce Danielle to her, and then dismisses the both of them while she goes to talk to the theocrat.
Dismisses
George got to
Danielle.
speak with Saleya later, so he was quite happy to make his exit.
Let's see who next shows up. Let's do some familiar faces. Lady River and Sir Talon.
They were upheld on the road for a bit.
Man, the cart broke down because the
Repeatedly.
horses just stopped. The horses just stopped pulling it.
For some strange reason, the suspension needs to be replaced.
Anyway, Talon waves at Saleya. River waves at her, but is glared at.
River hides behind Talon.
No. Anyway, who was talking to who?
Sabina greets Elise, saying, hello, you must be the religious leader of the Republic. I haven't heard much about your faith, but it is a pleasure to see some things consistent.
I believe I recognize you. Sabina, was it?
Yes, I've done some traveling in the Republic before, a few parties. But I rule the Compact now, alongside the Council.
Oh yes, the newspapers wouldn't stop talking about your progress in the war.
Oh, what wonderful things have they had to say?
Well, you know how they are, sensationalizing everything. Last I heard, they were taking bets on who your future husband is going to be.
Sabina says, I assure you, they're all bets are likely off the mark.
I see. Well, if you're looking for a nice place, to get married, the Republic has some lovely churches. Just ask your cousin.
Which one? My cousin River or my cousin Talon?
Yes.
Talon is more of an uncle.
Cuz-uncle.
Of course, you didn't hear it from me.
Why, certainly, and I wouldn't want to inform the King of Wylland before anyone else is informed about such a thing.
Exactly.
And really, how nice was the reception there?
Well, it was rather lovely for how small it was.
Perhaps I will live to see a Republic wedding at some point. Though I don't know who might be getting married in the Republic that I'd be invited to see.
You hear Red say something about it not being against the Republic religion to marry priests.
Oh, and how many priests have you married, sir?
Just call me Red. And none yet. Winks at Elise.
Can we even see him wink?
You can feel him wink.
We just have the sensation that he has the winky emoji.
Yes.
So, is there any juicy gossip from the Republic? As much as I like to hear.
Oh, always. Depends on what you classify as juicy.
Well, as we're going into business soon, I'd rather speak of matters of pleasure. I've heard some of your entertainers have quite interesting lives in your newspapers that are there.
Oh, yes. Of course, these things sell to the masses. I doubt any of it is real.
Well, the stories are real enough that the people can believe in them.
Suppose so. And it's harmless fun.
And speaking of harmless fun, I don't suppose you've partaken in any dancing, Lady Elise?
Red has been most gentlemanly, and has been showing me a dance of his homeland. I do have to say, I cannot quite get the movements right. Still, it has been fun. And the palace here is practically built for dancing.
Well, soon, with much of the wars out of the way of several nations here in the near future, it may be a place for frequent dancing.
I will have to remember to invite you to the next soiree we throw.
It would be it would be always a pleasure.
The election's coming up sometime soon. I don't doubt that our dear leader will get re-elected, especially not with well, everything that's currently happening. People like their stability. And of course, he likes to throw a get-together every time something major happens politically.
And do let me know if there's any support needed for the course of a party from the compact. I would like to not have plans go awry.
Well, I really ought to stay out of the politics of the nation. The faith keeps to itself, and the politics does the same.
Well, let me know who to speak to if I need to make a donation.
Oh, I'm sure they'll come to you.
She laughs and Ojo.
She is evil now.
Anyway,
When do the twin tails grow in?
George is about
George
to.
excused himself after securing a date with Soleil. Pardon me for intruding.
Oh yes, of course.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm George Bertie. If I could have your names?
I'm
Don't
Elia.
need to keep-
I'm Elia. You would have met me had you actually decided to visit the council occasionally.
Yes. Sorry, I've been. Well, you know how busy I've been. Not sleeping doesn't mean I do anything but work.
And this gentleman here is Soteris, one of the compact heroes. He introduces himself. I haven't been to your workshop. Unfortunately, I do not have as much leisure time as my compatriots.
I see. Well, that's a shame. Your presence goes sorely missed.
If I knew who you were.
I could make more of an effort to show up to the council, I suppose. Would you like to know the reports on the projects?
Your grandsons have been rather diligent in filing them.
I
We
see.
are-
So you've kept apprised of the progress.
We are apprised of your work, and glad to hear it's continuing smoothly.
Well, I wouldn't say smoothly. If I wasn't made of what I am, I'm sure I would have died. A few times. A lot, actually. Well, you know of our success. Don't worry, we're working on it. A couple months more and we'll have everything we need to start production. I hope.
That would certainly be nice.
Yes. Well, a pleasure meeting you, and you too, good sir. And George will offer him a handshake.
He shakes your hand.
It's nice. Yeah. Firm grip. Good. And,
The hand of a very practiced swordsman.
It turns into that scene from Predator with like the big handshake.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
didn't-
swift
I
nod
didn't know
of
Birdie had
recognition.
biceps still. I thought he was fully a skeleton. One of those.
One of his hands. No, hold on. No. One of his hands is metal hands with metal biceps.
Rippling muscles.
Oh yeah, it's the right hand, right?
Well, no, it's the left. They flipped the image. I don't know why.
Well,
And then,
up next, the Archanglian delegation is introduced.
Oh, how good for Sabina to be that close to the front of the room.
Yeah, perfect.
grab people.
Too
Lady
bad Asa
Angelise
isn't
and her
here.
companions.
Wood.
Oh man, this is awkward for both Sabina and Car. Oh,
Generational embarrassment.
And the Archanglians go about pointedly ignoring anyone from Wylland.
Straight down the middle.
Deserved. George will wave at Crabgill.
She waves back.
Good. Oh, and Angelise as well. Crabgill.
But having crab claws for hands would be unfortunate.
You think so, but you can actually do most things with those hands perfectly fine.
I imagine when she grips something warm, the feel and nerves don't give a pleasant sensation.
Listen, their kind has been boiled for generations. They have grown resistant to it.
I see. Innate heat resistance, but only in water.
Well, who wants to do some mingling next?
I guess Sabina would go over to where Car's side of the room is, just so she can give pleasantries. It's been some time since they've talked face to face, after all.
Ah, yes. Rulership keeps them busy. And
She's no longer really performing much the apprentice role.
he remarks that he's saddened that you aren't as available as an apprentice anymore, but it's probably for the best. You grew out of an apprenticeship, became a ruler in your own right.
Her heart is filled with pride, and she says, "Thank you for being my teacher for the time that it was." And now things are going somewhat smoothly.
That's good. I wish I had more than just responsibility to foist onto the apprentices, but
speaking of the apprentices and well, yourself, have you received my proposal about inviting people to willingly partake that process?
Yes. Although I'm sure you can understand how difficult of a proposal that is to make to anyone. After all, well, we shouldn't talk about it here, but the results of the process, even if successful, don't seem too beneficial from the outside.
I assure you, I've never felt freer and more clarity in my life.
Perhaps so, but the ostracism you faced because of it is certainly a deterrent most would buckle down from.
She parts her lips for an objection, then goes quiet. I will continue working on the process.
Good.
There must be something
We should,
in this lifetime.
We should keep striving for it. Whatever is happening with the chimerization, well, we need to make sure it isn't dangerous.
That, and I've been recently looking for presenting the first human Callisto in some time.
I do wonder if your features will transfer. Certainly an interesting experiment.
When I proposed going forward to that with the council, only the Spear would exclaim it as such, and myself.
Can't expect the council to be too open-minded about these things. They have spent the better part of the last 50 years engaged in a, well, war of survival against the beast folk.
She clutches Daniel's arm close to her, saying, they've done their best considering the circumstances.
That they have.
Upholding morality in the face of an enemy that abuses theirs is not a good thing. And the others here, I suppose these are the heroes of the Republic?
Yes. We've faced them in the Hagian tournament. Quite lovely people once you get to know them. The man in armor bows down. You swear you see a large amount of brown fur slightly sticking out of the helmet when he does.
I did detect, never mind. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Or so.
A pleasure to meet you, Orso. She holds out her hand.
He grabs your hand, and as he does, you can sort of feel shivers run up his spine. When he realizes that there's something not quite right about you.
Sabina maintains a gentle touch and just whispers, "It'll be alright." Keep your head up high and maintain courage. She lets him go.
He is a brave knight, so he's going to just very politely and elegantly maneuver himself between the source of danger and his healer.
Putting her closer to another source of danger.
Yeah, but it's a different sort. It's a different type of danger.
Ah, yes. One is plotting and conniving. The other is just a bit too hard.
The other will just molest you.
Just molest you.
Looking at Rosella, though, does she look like she's similarly afflicted? I mean, she's an angel, but she's not. Doesn't have the tremors or something.
No, she doesn't seem to give a shit about you. At least not as much as the beast person does.
At least put it differently, she's not hostile.
No, she doesn't care about you.
Sabina says...
she could go for a burger, though.
Suddenly, Sabina's interested. Sabina says, and your name, miss?
Me? I'm Rosella.
A pleasure to meet you. Heard
I am
about some
the
things
saint
you've
of
done
her.
in the tournament.
I am the current saint of Her Lady of Liberty.
Ah, so you work under Elise then. A position many people would envy.
You somehow feel red wink even though he hasn't moved.
I thought he might.
It is a worthwhile position to have.
And do forgive me if this comes off insensitive, but I was wondering about the uniqueness of the angels in the Republic. If you don't mind, I would appreciate if you might write to me at some point to speak about your people.
I do not mind discussing the topic.
Pleasant. It's always nice to hear more about other cultures. And she will continue on idle conversation in a less direct manner. Well,
alright,
as long as it takes for Orso to get even more uncomfortable before she would dismiss herself for his benefit.
As you're chatting, Ostwin and Dibella are introduced.
God, Diabella.
That's her formal clothes, by the way.
Clothes being heavily asterisks.
Immediately going to connive with
My.
with people.
Jesus Christ, this strong breeze, and that's not just bordering on impropriety. That's just okay.
It's weighted, don't worry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the impropriety is very weighted.
Why is she?
It's eagerly awaited.
Did she get like assaulted on the way? Don't answer that.
Was she what, blue?
Bloody.
She has her scars.
Yes.
What? Fucking robot arms? What?
No,
She's
insect arms. Spider.
Yeah.
So anyway, George's head does spin around as she descends the steps.
Why is George trying to flirt with literally everything at this party?
What?
It's a
Why is George's head bouncing with the movement of things going down the stairs?
Don't worry about it.
Who installed a bobbing function in George's neck?
He just found a spare spring lying around and he just put it in to see what would happen.
Don't worry, he's gonna remove it after this. This will never come up again. This is one of those like 0.5 episode gags.
Does someone want to do a bit more
Sure.
mingling? Because I have
Unless
like-
Sadler or Egg do.
yeah, I have 4 more groups of guests to introduce. So,
Sabina would ask that.
and I did save the best for last. So,
Alright.
Nice.
Well, I suppose
Shan is already
George-
there.
I suppose George will go then. Oh, George excused himself from the last group and has made a he's not snuck up on this group.
they greet you. Lucian apologizes for not catching your name earlier.
George Bertie, the first. Pleasure.
Oh,
I've never
right. I
extended
did
hand.
hear. He shakes it. Oh, right. I did hear rumors about the first birdie coming back. Strange
Yeah.
times you live in.
Oh, they are. You're telling me. I was, I don't know, actually. It was kind of dark. And then, all of a sudden, I awake in a pit. And George
Say,
will,
I hate.
tip his head at the lady.
Say, I hate to be all business, but well, the Republic is always in need of good craftsmen.
Are you asking for my particular skills or those of my descendants?
Well, the more the merrier, of course.
Of course. Well, if I can, I should say. Although don't let it spread too much, but I'm quite disappointed with the oath of non-violence my kin took on. If you know your history, or at least pre-Empire history, well, I hope some of my better tales came through.
Most I know about the birdies is the craftsmanship, I'm afraid. Though the oath of non-violence shouldn't be a problem for the Republic, at least. Always public infrastructure to work on.
Oh yes, no, you'll find no shortage of... Well, I've seen what my descendants have produced. I'm nothing but impressed. I couldn't do it myself. I'm sure I can have letters sent and, get you in contact with the rest of the family. I don't want to take any power while I'm back, you see. It wouldn't be right. But putting you on to them should be no problem.
Lovely. I'll have to send you a letter soon enough.
Yes, of course.
Now-
that way.
Now that business is out of the way, how goes beyond life, as it were?
Well, it's quite bizarre in a sense. If we exclude the prelude to my awakening and the events immediately around that, it's odd. Do forgive me, my lady. This is a bit gruesome, but I can fix the... As best I just demonstrate, and George will just take off one of his ribs and just place it somewhere else and wiggle it. I can do that. I can
Fascinating.
manipulate
Wonderful
my
party trick.
bones however I wish, dismantle myself, reorder myself in any order. And since becoming adamantium, you'll just replace the rib where it was. That's, well, I don't have to worry about any broken bones.
Certainly handy. Though I can see it being more useful for a warrior than a craftsman.
It has come in very useful. At one point I did trap a man's blade between my ribs, where it was lodged, I managed to break it by twisting my torso. Yes, that was a good fight.
Impressive.
Yes, I would have obviously never attempted that alive, and, well, I believe that goes to show how one's mind changes. I no longer eat, though I can still taste, although alcohol has no effect on me, but I can no longer sleep. It requires a conscious effort to do so, and my dreams are odd at the best of times, so I simply don't. Leaves me quite involved in my work, as you can imagine.
And here I was about to recommend you try some of the food.
Oh, I can. It just renders quite the mess. And, well, as embarrassing as it is, I can't quite reach all of the parts myself. At least
Oh,
not
I suppose.
without losing the ability to clean them.
Well, I suppose better not until the end of the conclave then.
Yes, would be an idea. I really would not want to, well, it's quite embarrassing for all. Although, and he'll just thud on the armor that's padded. I have come up with ways to mitigate the rattling, and he will then laugh quite loudly. To prove that it really didn't matter.
As you're chatting, the butler announces the presence of another person.
No?
Oh?
Witch hunter Amaryllis and her companion Callio.
George visibly sighs at that. Audibly, too.
If it wasn't made of magic metal, Sabina's wand would be snapping.
Amaryllis walks down in human form with a large puffy dress. Callio firmly on her. She doesn't have to pat it anymore. She can literally shapeshift.
I imagine she's so smug as those that knew her before look at her and just sigh.
Because it's the first time that Sabina has properly met Amaryllis.
I think they met before, like once.
Once before, but
Most they said hello.
She's also not had the opal senses. Would she be able to detect anything special on Amaryllis?
You can detect two presences.
Well, I mean, aside from the fact that Callio's there.
Yes. You can also detect an absolute lack of basically anything from Amaryllis.
Anything? Like she's empty?
Yeah. In fact, that's the same thing you get when you look at Carr or George or Chun.
Okay, well, okay. So that's not incredibly special.
Well, it's only it's only the previously undead that are like this.
Sabina was going to make talk with Diabella, but this changes things greatly. hunting.
Amaryllis immediately begins chatting people up. She seems to move with an almost unnatural elegance now.
Oh, Lady Amaryllis and Callio, is it? Sabina interjects. Elegant conversation.
You are one of Kara's kids, right?
Sabina, also ruler of the Compact. It has been some time since you were in our presence. You vanished off during the Hegian War.
Ah, yes. I had to deal with some personal matters.
Which one, Callio or yourself?
Both.
Well, I believe we had spent quite a bit of time looking for you. Did you not wish to contact us?
I was busy.
Too busy to write a letter. How unfortunate.
Quite.
Oh, I have a man here that was eager to see Callio again. No, come. It's been some time since you spoke to Master Virgilo, correct, Callio?
Oh yes. I wonder how he's doing.
Sabina.
Come, Amaryllis, darling. We'll pay a
Amaryllis'
visit
hand.
to an old friend. As you try to grab the hand, you find yourself unable to.
Unable to how?
I don't know. You grabbed for it and you just missed. She is walking behind you, though.
She moves over to the part of the room that Virgilo's at, once more in the presence of the Republic leader.
Hello, Amaryllis.
Hello, George.
How have you
Been a while. Oh, I've been fantastic.
I see. Please tell me you've calmed down a bit.
Whatever do you mean?
I'll take that as a no.
Master Virgilo, I have said that Callio, that you've been looking for him.
There you are. Hello, old friend. Looking for me? Apologies, Mr. Morel. This is a private matter I need to attend to.
Sabina clears her throat, saying, I do apologize, Sir Morel. Just a matter of two old friends that need to get together as soon as humanly possible.
You hear Callio laughing rather loudly, followed by Amaryllis laughing loudly. Virgilo seems frustrated.
We preferred this happen before the meeting, but you know how things go.
I do. It is nice of Miss Amaryllis to pay us a visit.
You know of Amaryllis.
Oh yes, she hunted down a rather notorious evildoer, an old witch that has been plaguing these lands for the last, 200 years.
George is going to lean into Sabina's ear and just whisper, "Do not the Valerie."
Sabina will lean back and say, "Not my type."
At which point, George will.
I assume that.
George took severe offense from this, and his family fell apart.
He falls apart like one of the Lego Star Wars figurines.
No.
All right.
He just gives you a look of anger, but doesn't say anything because it's better than the alternative. Well, my good dear Morals, I will be excusing myself. I want to make one more circuit around before things get a bit too busy.
Virgilio comes back, apologizes for his sudden departure. Yeah.
Master Virgilo, has there been a misunderstanding that was cleared up?
Not in the slightest, but I can't exactly prosecute the matter here.
If you may, I know that Amaryllis has done you a good turn, Mr. and Mrs. Morel, but, well, he's very... Calio in specific is a very easily missed talent from the Compact, and while he has a partnership with Amaryllis, we have eager need to see to him in our homeland at some point in the future.
Of course, of course.
And should he go missing by the end of this soiree, I do hope you keep the Compact apprised.
If we see him, we'll let you know. It's the least we can do.
And the Compact will do much it can to aid you in whatever efforts you find of great import, and, well, beyond the whole mess with the Empire, that is. I do hear you're up for re-election soon.
Oh yes, word does get around, doesn't it?
Oh yes, that's what Elise said to me. She did wish you fortune at that event.
Elise is quite a nice head of church. The one that came before her was, well, an absolute prude. That man didn't know what the word fun meant.
And I'm certain that some party members wish to explore every aspect of the word fun in relation to Elise.
Red winks, somehow.
Hags.
Hag love.
And I do apologize for interrupting your conversation with Master Virgilo. I've had a little more to add, and I haven't spoken with everyone as of yet.
Of course.
Take care.
Pleasure to be meeting you, Angeles. We fought once, didn't we?
Oh. I believe you were there at the meeting my father held with the Wyllanders.
I was. How have you been?
She glares at you with suppressed hatred.
You know, I wasn't involved in any of that, right?
Sure you weren't.
What do you mean, sure I weren't? You would have heard stories.
God, it would be nice a minute later, Sabina coming. Yes, I did have full involvement in whatever happened.
If you really want. But we don't want Sabina to come.
Oh,
Sabina can only edge.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Why is Sabina not allowed to enjoy things?
Because she knows what she's done. Anyway. No, I was busy at the forge, practicing my profession.
A traitor by ignorance or a willful one is much the same to me.
Oh, please. Look, I'm not here to talk about grudges. I came in genuine interest for your well-being.
You know, the only reason I wasn't on one of those ships that got taken down with your super weapon
Ships?
was sheer dumb luck, right?
I haven't heard about that. Very little news reached me aside from who we were fighting and who we had finished fighting. I hadn't heard of any ships like that.
I do apologize for eavesdropping, but I heard something about you blaming our George here for something that he has not done.
Ah, right, he wasn't a willful lapdog of you and your father. Or your grandfather.
No, he is a slave to his tinkering.
Sabina, I understand what you're trying to do. Could you pick your words better?
No, I pick my words very carefully, thank you.
I see. If you aren't careful, you'll be picking your teeth off the floor.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I do like that sarcastic tone of yours, Angelise, but, as I said, he's had little to do with it, and, compact super weapons I did try to warn your father about.
Convenient timing.
Unfortunate timing. But if we think
What's the
about it
weapon that
this
was
way...
used anyway, Sabina?
But if we think about it this way, now that there's peace between Archanglia and the Compact, both of our peoples aren't suffering losses in thousands year after year. And I'm most grateful that deaths have stopped from unnecessary conflict.
Is that why you turned most of our navy into dust?
Why I turned
Because
most
you
of the
want,
Navy into
because
dust.
you wanted to avoid conflict.
No conflict like this I can take. Death, on the other hand, senseless and barbaric, I rather avoid.
Apt descriptions for yourself.
I will say, Angelise, loath as I am to defend Sabina, what your people were doing was barbaric.
It was
Reminded me of when
necessary.
the Empire cleansed my homes.
The general, God rest his soul, in Oktar's halls. His, it took much negotiating with him to prevent him from killing women and children. And I'm glad that I was able to do so in what events I had control over. And I'm grateful, in the very least, Angelise, that for your sake and your father's, that you were not on one of those ships.
How very
My-
kind those words you say with that empty mask on.
Angelise, in the efforts of friendship, I would like to. Well, I'd like to say that I'm very thankful you're alive, and I'm sorry that so many had to die. It was a terrible business. No one should engage in it if they don't have to.
And I know you do not trust my words, but as long as we stay in the positions that we are, I and the Compact promise 100 years of peace for Archanglia. I do hope you accept it in the current state of things and in the future.
Excuse me.
She would just-
I'm very sorry to intervene.
She would just scoff at you and leave.
Hello, Valerie. Hello, Lily.
George. Hello, George.
You two getting along?
Yes. Mostly.
Oh. Something the matter?
Architectural differences.
Ah, I see. Speaking of Valerie, you may have some business in the Republic soon. Or others of the family will. All
Well,
architectural, not weapons.
I'd prefer to finish the business I have in Wylland first, but
Oh, of course. I guess if everyone's been talking to Valerie, George will give her greetings to everyone else here as well. I hope you've all been taking good care of my dear descendant here.
she is great fun to talk to.
Ah, good, good.
His adult
Lily.
great-granddaughter he treats like a 16-year-old picked up at the high school.
Huh?
Yeah, you're treating her like a much younger kid.
He's not touching her.
Yeah, that's why I said it in the context.
No.
He's like the
No, he
the
seems to-
chaperone.
No, he seems to be touching everyone except Junior currently.
Which Junie is not grateful for.
See if
Christ.
Coke
Not a
Mold.
bit too strong.
Hold on. He's not. Hold on. He's not touching 12.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the instance during the war, but I had no control over any of it.
Also, which character's named 12? Where is this?
And there's no 12.
Yes, there is. Junie, 12.
Junia.
Junie.
Oh, we have a 12. Oh no, it does.
You literally.
I don't know what 12 is in Spanish. 1, 2 is close enough.
Members of the esteemed Druidic Restoration program. Steric and Ulf.
George will wave at Stera.
Sabina practically trips over
He will wave
herself, moving towards that side of the room.
He will wave back, looking very uncomfortable in his fancy dress, which you assume was forced to wear.
I also know that there's no metal in it either, because he's not combusting.
True.
Fun strolls over. Hey, Steric, long time no see. How have you been?
Hello. I've been busy.
No, that's out of character. He would have said, busy.
Yes, exactly.
And Steric, would you like to introduce your friend that you brought along with you?
Ulf.
Or Greetings,
Oh,
Ulf.
would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. I'm Ulf. I do believe we've met at the tournament. I was part of the Estian squad.
Oh, you're from
Uh,
Estia.
Did I fight the Estians? I distinctly remember you, but I don't think we fought actually.
I believe you and
I
Sterek
do not
fought.
believe so.
Yeah, Starrick was another team.
Yes.
But
Well.
it is lovely to see that you've made your way across the waves to here from Estia. I actually have some
I doubt
news.
I doubt any of the other Estians will. Were it not for our project, I likely would have stayed back and fought.
Your project, I have heard about this restoration you're doing. What precisely is the goal?
The druidic circles around the world. They weren't directly targeted by the sun, but its consequences have essentially reduced them down to nothing. With exception of the elves on the island republic, me and Sterek were all that remained.
Sabina steps forward. I have wonderful news for you then. I have witnessed in the unfortunate circumstances of war, one of the Druidic circles left somewhat untouched. Aethif has told us about it. It is in the northeast part of the continent.
Yes, right on the border to the Protectorate.
Close to the neutral settlement, but details.
This
Yes, that is close to the border.
This is rather good news if you are willing to let us practice there. Though we would have to find a young druid capable of taking up the task.
Not only do I invite you to come over to the compact, I give you free reign to find someone that fits such qualifications.
With all due respect, miss, there is no such thing as free. I've learned that the hard way.
Then consider this. I do wish the druidic teachings continue long into the future. If you can teach the people of the compact some of the ways, myself included, I'd be much grateful. I would not charge you anything more than that.
It is dangerous to give out this knowledge so freely, especially to ones not part of a circle. But I suppose there's nothing stopping you from joining one. Especially not one that's as close to home as that one supposedly is.
John leans forward. Well, I personally have no interest in joining a druidic circle. There is, however, a fresh volcanic island that might need some new plants. Interested?
A fresh island.
She points at Celea, courtesy of the Calamity.
I suppose it is better for a trained druid to take care of a new landmass than that it fall to the whims of nature. One has to make sure no invasive species exist on an island. I suppose most life would be invasive to that place.
Yes, true. Botany was never my strong suit. It would be nice to have an expert take care of that.
And speaking of your expertise and similar volcanic activity, there once was a capital in the Compact Lands that has been devastated of a kind. And I would be willing to offer much for any druids that inhabit the Compact to help return nature to something less of a... What's the proper word for it? Hellscape?
Calamity?
That also.
In such cases, it's best to let nature grow on its own. Ash provides fertile soil.
If that is your wisdom.
Still, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. All of that aside, however, we are severely lacking in members to undertake all of these assignments at once.
Well, if it helps, you would have much the support of my government assisting you in whatever you need to acquire more members.
You might have the help of the Absolute. I'm loath to ask him right now, but well, take your time. It's no rush.
Well, it's good to hear that the world still needs us, at least.
So, how have you been, Steric?
Busy.
In a good way or in a bad way?
Yes.
In a busy way.
Oh, and how is Skulvier?
Outside. Happy.
He doesn't like the music.
He doesn't like inside.
The butler wouldn't let him in.
How rude.
Yes.
Want to make a scene?
Awful, stop both of you at this notion.
Well, I do thank you for embracing my offer so swiftly. If there are any details you want to speak about with me, I'm a letter away. I'd appreciate knowing if there was someone I could send letters to in the Estian Isles about whatever support I can provide to their efforts.
It's difficult. I suppose you could contact the Hunters Guild, though even they have had trouble keeping up with everything. The Jarl flat out refuses to answer mail that isn't related to the war anymore.
Well, at some point, hopefully we'll get good news about the war effort on behalf of Estia. Caravelia as well has been waiting good news on that front as a matter of course. Now, with my heart filled with gratitude, I may dismiss myself so you can enjoy the party and not be troubled by business. Though it has been a pleasure for myself. She curtsies.
Ulf will do a weird salute you don't recognize, but you assume is the equivalent of a curtsy in Druidic.
Puts his heels together, puts one arm by his side, the other up at a 45-degree angle.
A very druidic salute. I hear that's calling out to the eagles.
Starrick will excuse himself with one word and go eat.
Hungry.
Ulf will try to make friends.
Well, Lily, I'm sorry to hear about all the business.
Yes, it was rather unpleasant.
Yes. For what it's worth, I had no hand in any of it, really.
Well, you're still on their side, as it were, even if you
Yes.
didn't directly commit the atrocity.
Well, let's not get into the discussion of atrocities. I don't think anyone's free of that blame. Anyone.
Perhaps so.
For what it's worth, I hold no ill will towards you or your people. And George will extend out a hand for the claw shake.
Shakes hand.
Yeah, only Aethif is free of atrocities here.
Yeah, only Aethif didn't do anything wrong officially. That's why he got that. That's why he got 2 cities, because he did nothing wrong.
And not just because he insisted on having 2 cities.
Speaking
Well, I do,
of,
hold on.
Hey.
Lord Abraxas and company.
Wait. They let Strixus in, but not Skolvir. What the fuck?
Well,
Because he talks.
are you going to tell the Bone Naga no?
Also, I like how Spider.
Look,
just...
you use a soft G. We're still under YouTube censorship here.
I like how Spider is a regular dude, just incredibly blurry.
Yes. His face is very
Also,
normal.
since
It is normal to the point that you can't actually look at it because your vision just sort of slides off because there's nothing to catch there.
Also, I've just had a proper good look at Sabina because I backed up the camera real low. Jesus Christ, she looks tired.
Yes.
Yes.
What?
And don't start wooding the party members.
Sorry.
Force of habit.
I see a woman with bags under her eyes, and my instinct is to protect.
Speaking of, I should have included Morkant in this group because he would be here, but I don't have his token currently.
I see. Well, you could have just pulled generic wizard, colored it a shade of purple.
No, it's just one of the tokens that I lost that I forgot to
Oh.
Well, Sabina's first instinct is to go charging into the next guest, as per normal course. She was intending to talk a little bit with Diabella. Whether
Of
or
course.
not Diabella wishes to speak with her. Mainly asking...
Cousin?
Yes, how fare you, Are we cousins?
I suppose... No, you're technically not. I forget that she's not actually Callisto. Look, she's one of the only
Only
people that
matter of
isn't a
time.
Callisto in the
From Wylland, present, yeah.
yeah.
Most people in Wylland are a part of the Callistos, just go far enough.
Lady Diabella, it's wonderful to see you here. How was your travel?
It was acceptable.
And how goes the continued apprenticeship?
It's fruitful.
I had heard some rumors before I left for the war that this was mostly the apprenticeship was mostly foisted upon you. As much of an opportunity as is normally.
There.
Huzzah. I was wondering if some teachings of the church back home was distasteful to you?
Give me a speed check to see if she'd actually open up about that to you.
I should have to double check the bonus.
Walks into a room of open doors and finds the lock, went to try and open it. Fine. Most of it is.
And what is your... I'm not familiar much with the teachings of the church. My line of the family was too focused on the border, among other things. I myself was distracted by legends and myths to engage anything beyond the duties of a noble.
The Wylland cult worships one of, well, I suppose Oktar's wives, as they were.
And
The one representing order and rigidity.
not something I would hear describing of chakra often, from what I hear of great-grandfather's stories.
It changed over time. Used to be, both goddesses had the same prominence. Now, not so much.
And are you a...
The culture of Wylland influenced the religion more than the religion influenced the culture.
And what are your views on that, precisely?
It's a drag. Those who want to be free are held in place by chains they can never hope to break. And told that it's for their own good.
Well, if you can ever find yourself an excuse to take a vacation from your work as an apprentice, I would allow you to explore some of the freedoms that I'm about to institute in the compact. If you want to stay much farther away from such restrictions.
How generous. Thank you.
In truth, I have been working on a project. I would like to tell you more about it after this party. So please,
Suppose you've nothing better to do.
So please keep in touch.
Yes, of course.
Sabina's determined to find herself a wife tonight.
Well, she already has one. She came with one.
Well,
Although her wife is chatting up the bear man.
Or so it's a bear.
Of course he is.
Oh shit, it's number one murderer of the year.
Actually,
No,
no,
yeah.
look at it.
Sorry, number 2.
No, that's number 1.
Yes. It's number 2 murderer of the year. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly.
George does not say this out loud. He does think it.
So before Sabina turns around to go talk to Lord Abraxas.
Yes, George approaches the next group. Hello, Car. Would you introduce me?
This is my wife,
who-
Filna, and my other wife, Elle.
You know exactly what I meant.
Ah, my future wife. Ah, my future wife, Rosella.
You know exactly what I meant. Anytime.
I think Orso would have things to say about him saying future wife Rosella.
Clearly in jest.
A pleasure to meet you, good lady. I believe we've met before, haven't we?
Oh yes, at the tournament, you were the swordsman.
Ah, hello. We've definitely met before.
Ah, hello. If I recall correctly, your group used some terrible magic to knock me out before I could do much of anything.
Yes, we recognized you were a threat.
Car laughs. It was not. It was a nice trick.
Yes. A shame we didn't get a chance to fight it out like honorable men, but who knows? And George will
I would
extend
offer-
a handshake.
He shakes your hand. I would offer a duel after this event if you're really looking to test your mettle. Though I do not wish
I'm
to
afraid I'm
offend.
made of it.
Rattle.
And then George will rattle after.
I need a fucking skeleton sounder for that.
Yes. Well, I would be willing to have a mock duel, but I don't believe we should use our main armaments for that. It would get ugly.
No, of course not. Training weapons
Of course.
as usual.
I'd be more than willing to, though. If you would introduce me, though, I never got either of your names.
I'm Orso, and this lovely creature is Rosella.
Ah, a pleasure.
Likewise.
I hope things have been going well since the tournament.
The Republic's, well, despite our common enemy, we're doing better than ever, really.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yes. We're all
Morale-
agreement here, the thing in the sky.
Morel isn't the cleanest leader, but he's efficient.
Yes, I know some of the tactics your people have undertaken to seize
Yeah.
cities. I can't
It's,
say it's the worst thing, but it's definitely not. Well, it's a difference in philosophy, I suppose.
We prefer to think of it as giving them a choice. And after all, we stopped our advance when the first city decided they did not want us.
That is true. Most would not. You're credited for that.
As for the leadership, it's quite amazing what scandals everyone's willing to overlook if the economy's going well.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your country's system of government it didn't exist when I was alive initially, so I'm quite unused to it.
That's quite all right. It's
also appalling.
appalling.
The bear gets to make puns.
He's on about the old tale of appalling. Poor soul.
Poor Hagian warrior.
Yeah. Oh, the vat of acid. Oh, it's not for polite conversation around beautiful ladies.
Of course not.
And George will address all three of the women with that one.
Death glare from two of them and Car.
Which two?
Guess.
You try and be
To be funny, I want to say Elle and Rosella.
Why would Wilna be okay with it?
No,
George
Velma doesn't
Centaur.
care one way or the other. It's not 8th level yet.
George Centaur
Vilna has been hardened.
George Centaur also just says, "You try and be polite." He shakes his head.
It's well. Now then,
Cap, what? Why are you looking at me like that?
don't you have some metal to beat somewhere?
Is that all I am to you, a dirty fucking metal beater?
Yes.
No, you are also a friend.
George is genuinely
Oh my God.
taken back at that, doesn't know how to respond, and just excuses himself. Congratulations, you stun-locked George.
George is like, wait, someone considers me a friend?
No, it's the fact that you called him a slur. You called him a friend.
You filthy clanker.
You consider
Clanker.
friends to be a... Hold on. You consider friends to be a slur?
Clanker is our word, but you can call me Clanker.
Now,
Roger.
let's do a final round of anyone who wants to talk to anyone before we get the big meeting underway.
Almost
Oh,
as excitedly as she spoke with the druids, she would run up to Lord Abraxas. Well, Lord Abraxas, I was eagerly looking out for you.
Do I
Right back.
know you?
I'm Sabina Callisto, great-granddaughter of Carr and now leader of the Compact. A pleasure.
Oh yes, I did hear about that. The pleasure is mine.
I had some academic questions to ask of you and your magic. Would you mind coming with me to meet my Arcanist?
By all means, lead the way.
Now, is he saying that in exasperation?
Not really.
Oh, Sabina, after passing the main group of Caravellians, calls out Tancredi before actually getting up to there. Tancredi, you stickful man. I have someone I wish to introduce to you. If you've ever met him, Lord Abraxas.
Sabina, my favorite test subject. Who is it you bring to me?
Lord Abraxas here. He is a person of a very unique art. I believe they call it a necromancer.
I've heard stories of the man.
Yes, I was wondering if his magic would give us any particular insight on the cures we were looking into.
Cures? Lord Abraxas asks.
Yes, if you haven't noticed by my nature, she points to her paled face. I don't believe we've properly met before, but I had a bit more color. I've undergone a procedure, one might say. Getting rid of some parasite attached to my soul.
Oh. Interesting.
Yes, I was wondering
And
if,
you- And you did it while you were still alive?
yes, I did have questions about, the adaptability of such thing. I heard, stories from Carr about, creatures maintaining, such a parasite while dead.
It's true, in a sense. You are familiar with the compact view on magic? The base forces?
Well, yes. I've taken to studying them the past few months.
I found something similar to be true in my own research. The mind leaves an imprint behind when the person perishes. Part of the compact religion, for lack of a better term. They aren't wrong about this part. And as this condition, he sort of does a he sort of does a cat ear thing with its fingers.
How adorable.
As this condition is one affecting the mind, it is able to remain after death. It makes raising those of beast kind a rather more tedious process. Mind you, not impossible. Just annoying if you're looking for mindless servants.
She gets closer to Braxis, asking pertinently, is it possible to cure them after death, that is?
I can scrub the mind clean of it. Of course, that requires them to be dead in the first place.
Did you let great-grandfather know?
I did not share much of my art with him because he, well,
Is distractible?
he lacks the essential components to perform it to its fullest extent. Teaching him necromancy would be like attempting to teach a dog to talk.
Or George to use diplomacy?
What the fuck?
Apologies, that was rude of me.
But yes, because of his undead nature,
But
he is unable to fully grasp necromancy. Only the
what
basics
I,
are within his reach.
But what I mean of this is, it was rather recent that he's even had the concept that, about the compact being correct and the affairs of the soul and mind. Did you let him know so his wives could be prepared? He's been almost eager for them to come back, and I wouldn't want him to have them return in a state where they're something like creatures and not those you remember.
It would be pointless to inform him of this. His wives will return, believing themselves to be the same people they were when they died.
But would they have the influence, or would they not?
Influence and all.
She looks to Tancredi and then back to him. The curse does seem to be a bit more tactical than Are you aware of how malicious this thing is?
Malicious? I haven't noticed it behave in such a manner during my research. Then again, I had only dealt with dead samples.
The process of removing the parasite from me, would you believe it, I actually injured someone as if I was a beast.
Troubling.
And
Though if that's the case, is there a danger in leaving the parasite inside? As far as I can tell, it behaves more like a symbiotic entity, doesn't it? Surely the better senses and sharper movements are a benefit, no?
Well, I have my own personal accounts about the thing. It does try to influence our thoughts. Master Verdi, yeah, just gonna skip his name. He would, well, before I was changed, I would feel aura of dread from his presence. And if you've been able to observe any of the movements of people with similar genealogy to myself, they do not feel at ease anywhere in my proximity. The thing is obviously capable of lashing out and will fill the mind with thoughts of murder and other savagery among people such as myself. It knows when it's, how can I say, threatened. And this is not a mindless beast form of threatened, but will lash out as such. It, from what I've heard of Vergolo, and I do not know if Tancredi believes such also, but there may be a critical mass where whatever's influencing takes over populace.
If it's going for critical mass, it would have taken over the Archanglians already. Then again, it might be aiming for the entire globe. Huh.
And from what I've heard of many people, that divine fate, what has happened with my great-grandfather's uprising, his wives and such, it's not planned, one might say. And
excuse me if I'm going to sound callous here, but if we are to face down the sun, something that turns the people we've raised into killing machines seems to be to our advantage rather than our disadvantage.
Well, I would agree with the tactical stance. I would still plead that you help us come with a solution all the same. The saying, I believe, goes, one tyrant falls, another rises. And I would wish it not be a something that we can put as much efforts into as reducing in the process.
The world has fared through other tyrants before. The sun is, well, a personal matter for me.
Be as it may as a personal matter, it will be dealt with, but what I request, what I plead of you, is if you know any routes that can save people living or unliving from this, that even if the day that comes that we use this weapon against the sun, on the days after, would pray that you help us get rid of this one.
I doubt I will see the days after.
Will you at least leave someone along that knows of your tricks, of your arts, so that we may work with them to find better solutions than ones that we have found?
I had written a set of treatises on my art. However, I fully intend to burn them before the final day comes.
I implore you, please let us publish them in the Academy.
This is the type of knowledge that can turn one man into something threatening the entire world. I'm sure you can understand my apprehension about releasing it freely. Were it anyone else with my powers, well, the sun wouldn't be the problem.
I can't dissuade you from releasing all the teachings, but just a part, anything that can help us figure out how to solve this.
What I will say is that, simply looking at you, the parasite does seem easier to remove from the dead. Of course, this is likely because when I reforge someone from their memories, I pick and choose what I leave inside. I do not imagine mass sacrificing your own populace to be an acceptable solution to anyone.
Well, there must be something that can be gleaned from this art. You're able to wipe things from the memories of the dead, but perhaps it's just something that gives us an angle we haven't looked into, and a magic that can assist us in wiping it from the living.
It would be a misnomer to say that it's wiping memories. The mind, what would the term be that the compactors use?
Spear.
The pattern. The spear pattern, yes. I reform it entirely. It's made of more than just memories. It is both the conscious and the unconscious. You cannot alter it in the living to such an extent without necessarily invoking death in them. The body does not survive rapid changes to the mind.
her expression turns bitter, looking somewhat depressed by a master of his arts, saying that there's no real hope. Then at very least, we can offer in passing, this is a funeral practice for all that pass within will and blood.
I will consider it. Your great-grandfather has done more than a great service to me. And he will at least attempt to repair the damage I've done.
And,
Should I not survive, I suppose I could entrust my writing with him.
And should you survive, you wouldn't be the first immortal that I've talked into staying around for a while. If it's any consolation.
I'm not sure that it is. But this topic is entirely too depressing. We have a war to win, don't we? And, I believe everyone on the guest list is here.
I do thank you for
Perhaps-
answering my academic questions.
We've been going on pretty late and it's getting into the morning. How much longer do we think we'll go?
We've been at this for 3 hours?
Yes. Well,
It
4, I
is,
think.
however, almost 2 in the morning for me.
Yes. Well,
So I'll make that soon.
as the conversation with Sabina finishes, Abraxas would pick up a wine glass, do the whole 3 clinks thing, get everyone to gather around the meeting table. Time for festivities is over. It is time to strategize. Not sure if there's enough chairs, but he's gonna stand in the middle.
Oh, it's like a proper Senate.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's not like
Cheers.
a proper Senate. The table should be longer. Never mind.
The chairs are kind of ass.
A little, yeah. George is not going to have his great-granddaughter attend this meeting. She's off to go.
You know what? These chairs can get fucking deleted. I'm done.
Alright.
I'm glad that
Yeah.
Sabina has the hovering chair.
She really sat in her lap.
Her lap.
Where's Kagami?
Strapping to the
Yes.
shoulders.
Well, I mean,
Shoulders.
everyone here is to attend.
And George will look at Saleya with barely disguised infatuation.
Get help.
How does a skull portray expressions?
Don't worry about it.
How could a skull be barely disguised?
Have you seen that one Bad to the Bone clip where the skull morphs and then the music plays? That's how.
I don't think I have actually.
Look, hey, at least with George, she doesn't have to worry about breaking her partner's bones.
You think she worries about that type of thing?
True.
Damn, the unfortunate seating arrangement has left Angelise sitting near the arch traitor Sabina.
Well, everyone's gathering up, and I definitely should have made the table bigger, but whatever.
Yeah, who
George
cares
will
about...
offer- George will offer his chair to Lumen.
I thought he would be offering his face to Solea.
Yeah, that's why he's getting up.
No, he's just nice.
Chan looks at George. War room rules apply.
What?
I don't think George knows about the war room rules.
She points at Kagami. If I can't, you can't.
What?
Wait, what do you mean, Kagame?
He gets annoyed when I flirt with Aura.
Oh, that is true. Well,
What?
No flirting.
What? That's
No
not a
flirting in the
rule.
war room.
The rules
settle
apply.
down. Settle
All's
down.
fair in love and war.
Room.
Breaking rules again.
You're not a wolf girl. I can make you cry legally.
All's fair.
I'm not the
love, and
wolf
war
girl.
room.
Indeed.
You can just see the amused smirk on Chan's face.
George looks up at Soleil, blushes.
How?
How does a skull blush? How does a red skull blush?
Gets redder.
Makeup.
He just starts applying blush. Anyways. And then once everyone's settled down,
How funny would it be to cleave?
you'd get your ass beat.
I know.
Would be a very fast way to
And
die.
you'd get your ass beat, and then the rest of the room would join in. Aw, why the fuck did you do that? She was stable where she was.
Mentally,
Come down to
no.
earth.
Oh, no. So what? She's just stood on her
And-
head?
No comment.
I like how Medici isn't joining. Or Stera.
He should be joining. I mean, Steric might not.
No, Steric
Well,
and
George
Medici are having an eating contest.
Yes, well, once everyone's gathered up,
Yep.
this meeting has been a long time coming, as I'm sure you're aware.
You hear a voice in the back. Do not come.
Alright.
We face a common enemy. Some 80 years ago, the Tumerian Empire decided to open a portal to invite the demon of hate into the world. They paused their ritual halfway through to trap it as an ever-watching presence, slowly burning away anything they disliked. Back then, we were granted a miracle. Through sheer coincidence, the gateway housing the portal was knocked off course. This meant that the sun did not have total coverage over the remaining lands, taking only the main continent in the center of the world. The only reason any of us feel free or confident to gather today is thanks to that miracle. It is time that we paid it back. Soon, an eclipse will occur, during which a ritual I have prepared for countless years now, will raise all the dead of the world. This I have explained to most of you already. However, what I had not explained, and what I had recently learned, is that this will be the only chance we have to do this.
What do you mean by that?
The leadership of the Empire have slowly but surely been sacrificing the souls of their own citizens to build up enough power to repair their platform, to realign the sun. They intend to do this the only time the portal is closed, during the eclipse. Should we fail this time, there will not be a next time.
Then we need to make it. Then we need to make it the best attempt we have.
The plan is as follows. We have the manpower to surround the Empire from most sides. Unfortunately, our members from Estia did not join us today, meaning that they have likely failed to defend themselves against the Empire. These forces, every single one of them, is just a distraction. The true goal is to get a group of individuals into the capital. From there, the main tower, with its searing flame, will open a path that can take 8 individuals to the platform in the sky. Due to the nature of the eclipse, we will have very limited time to do this.
That's this gap. George will perk up and say, I've already asked some of my descendants to arm my family's mausoleum for the awakening. We'll have some forces within the Empire, but it won't be a lot.
Hold on, I'm just going to grab everyone and move to the map of Temeria, just so we can talk about everything properly.
Okay.
The capital of Temeria there, which is the closest to air.
Yes, the Malvis Gordon would serve as a decent staging point for this assault, considering the travel direction of the sun during the eclipse.
My family will, at the least, stand by us, I believe. They won't be able to do much, but, well, they should be able to disrupt the Empire somewhat. Most of them.
All that matters is that the capital cannot get reinforcements, and that we can get the people who need to go to the top.
And
What is left to decide is the 8 brave souls who will risk total annihilation to attempt to save the rest of us. And the approach they will take.
I volunteer, of course.
I've died once already. What's a second time?
I've chosen to
It's,
put my life
you
on
died
the
3
line.
times, but
Well, sure.
I've chosen to put my life on the line before, and I will do so again, though not to the mortal extent that it was.
Aethif is going to pipe up something about him already banishing a demon before.
I will go, says Sterak, and nothing else.
A lot of people seem to be volunteering. Of course, the people who won the Hagen tournament are probably the best choice. However, Sterak would actually not choose to volunteer for this, mostly because he has reasons to stay. Yeah, he has reasons to stay on the continent.
No. Yeah, he's a druid. He can't do much up in the
As for Carr, despite him trying to volunteer, he is immediately shut down by both his wives.
Does Amaryllis volunteer?
You look around the room; she's not there.
Of course not.
Exactly.
Or at least no one that looks like Amaryllis is there. Maybe she is. Who knows?
Is Callio there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Who can say these things?
Several people can say
But
these things.
what is obvious is that no volunteering role comes from Amaryllis.
Well, that's one troublesome thing. Blue Oyster Cult is likely present.
Is there a chance of living after the fight? Or is it truly certain death?
If we can destroy whatever is up there, then you have a fair shot at survival. But if you cannot, the flames of the demon of hatred will scorch even your immortal forms.
So it's do or die. We win, we get to come back.
Yes.
We lose, well, everyone's fucked.
So we're up to, what, 6 player volunteers?
I'm not sure May volunteered.
Yeah, I didn't hear May either.
Oh.
Egu?
At the whole volunteer thing, I imagine there's a bit of a mental conversation between Nay and Papa there. The like the pact bond thing.
Yeah.
Basically,
The milk of human kindness conversation from him.
Oh,
what?
Your Papa will posit that while he can't directly fight due to the nature of the encounter and the nature of Autopia, if he were to be one of the 8 who comes along, he can make sure that everyone is ready for the fight.
If May was, sorry?
If Otto was, mechanically speaking, he can grant you a full rest before the final boss fight.
Mm.
Yes.
So we get a restore fountain. Got it.
Of course, that means sacrificing
One
a
fighter.
slot for that, which probably worth it, all things considered.
Slot.
Yes, because you can only take 8 people and 6 players. That leaves two open.
2 NPCs.
I'm happy to take.
Yep.
I'm happy to take a full restore right before the final battle.
Yeah.
Well, May will then posit posit that herself and her papa will be coming along.
That's 7,
One more, then.
which there's a whole room full of people clamoring to take the mission.
Well,
Every single one of them.
yeah.
This is probably the single most dangerous gathering that has ever existed outside of Temerian paladins.
Well,
Well,
let's
I've
see
got
their
an
faces.
idea, George will say. Let's have a grand contest. A series of duels. The winner comes along.
Don't be ridiculous. A series of duels won't decide things tactically. Sure, you can bring the strongest person, but that might not be the best person we need for this job.
Fair enough. All I care is that they can hold their own in a fight, and why is May so tiny now?
Look
Always
at yourself.
All of the players got tiny because they're the only ones who auto-scale.
I see.
Also, always has been.
George looks up at Saleya, is in even more awe.
Get off your giantess fetish.
Well, at this point, there's a bit of fear mixed in that wasn't there before.
What the fuck is wrong with you for that to not have been there before?
Red would definitely volunteer himself if
One of the mages.
he is a master of protective magic, and he's fairly certain that whatever's up there, he can at least make sure that the field is harmless.
That could be valuable.
So that would be no lair actions from the
Yeah, no like
That'd be
blazing
nice.
floor.
No blazing
Yes.
floor, no ceiling trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Junia, an expert chronomancer, would step forward and state that she can make sure that time flows as it should.
What's that supposed to fucking mean? What is that supposed
That-
to mean?
That's supposed to mean that if something were to take away an action from you, she can just say no to that.
So there's no. That would essentially mean no stuns.
Yes, she can make sure there's no stuns, and she's also a decent caster, so you get someone with casting. But so is Red.
Do they have restricted mages?
No.
That might be. Those are two
I'm
good picks.
pretty certain you can convince Junia to restrict you for a night.
I'd rather not.
Soteris would step forward. He is a master commander. He can have 2 of any of the martial stratagems active at any time.
Oh, that's actually very powerful. He could be a body shield twice in a turn.
Or make you body shield twice in a turn.
Nah. I've got an amulet for that now. I could give it to him.
Where the hell is she? I'm looking for the angel goal.
So whoever joins,
Rosella.
I'm making an item for them, so...
Rosella decides may as well do or die, right? She is an expert healer, and it seems like the party's going to need all the healing they can get.
Will she be
We're
able to
we're very
cast Death
sparse on
Inverted?
those.
We are incredibly, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, because if it can damage George, chances are he's going to need a lot of healing.
But I
Marcus,
can
of course.
also have Sabina change to healing and not focus on damaging.
Marcus, of course, steps forward, being probably the greatest tank in the room, including George.
Yeah. No. Yeah, he's got the benefits of flesh and metal.
Yeah,
He's got the mass.
and
to
he's
hit
full.
and not move.
and he's fully fucking specced out for defending people.
Yeah. He's
So-
he's if George didn't go down the "I want to cut your head off" route. So tank, parentheses tank, as opposed to tank, parentheses DPS. So let's gather up the taken members. Yeah, Otto.
Mhm.
The druids will not volunteer. Talon, despite wanting to volunteer, is prevented from this by his entire family.
Yep.
And also River's impressive grip.
Yep.
And also her hands too.
I assume Soleil
Wait.
does not volunteer.
Hold on. I thought that Amaryllis was a
Nope.
no.
Amaryllis wasn't there. I
She
just
is.
picked her up because she was a player. I wasn't paying attention. Danielle would volunteer.
What are her skills?
She's a master of opal, and she can grant the benefits of it to everyone in the party.
Opal.
Which it could essentially 2 additional martial talents or tradition points, depending if you're a caster.
Oh, what? She just gives everyone 2 talent points.
Yep. But she's useless in a fight.
Yeah, that's still fucking strong.
It is strong.
Ah.
But there's no talents I could use. I've got pretty much everything that I and with the amulet as well,
that's-
I've got Guardian too.
That's fine.
I don't know
You,
about anyone else.
again, you take who you need for the mission, not necessarily who's the best fighter, right?
Yep.
Abraxas, unfortunately, will not
Oh,
come
no.
with you because he has a personal vendetta to settle in the keep, and he'll be
Yes,
making
yes.
sure that the army of the dead keeps the living out.
Right.
If
he's
we,
been fucking harried with this arrangement.
if we don't have the rest before the boss fight thing, which I don't know how much is needed.
It might be very needed.
It is probably, I will tell you, it is probably the best of the options, just outright.
Yeah.
Then
Full hands of major arcanas for the entire party is insane, just
Yeah,
in
a
general.
full heal
Yeah.
on George, where his health count much more than anyone else's because of how damage resistant he is.
And for story reasons and mechanical reasons, I reject Danielle from being part of this.
Well, she will sit down.
I mean, 2 tradition points is pretty valuable. But
It's pretty good.
But an extra combatant's also very good, who has their own talents and
Yeah.
traditions.
I don't.
Well, I mean,
think
it's
Marx's
traditions and talents for
tank-
the whole party, but
Uh,
we have limited actions.
Yeah, I don't think Marx's tankiness will be as valuable. Because with the amulet, I can do maybe not as good a job, but I can still do it.
yes.
My money. My
Honestly,
money
Marsus is probably the worst choice for you, just
Yeah,
because you
I
already
think-
have George.
As well, because I
My-
want to make a new piece of armor for George as well. I want to replace the breastplate with something that gives even more defensiveness. But just
My
doesn't
money's
have
on
the-
either Junia, Rosella, or Red.
we have 2 slots to
Okay.
add.
No, because
No.
Otto's taking one.
Where am
Otto's
I?
one slot. Unless you're
Wait,
saying
it's
May's
8
not
people.
going.
It aren't. Is it 8 though?
I thought it was 8, yeah.
Yeah, it's 8.
Here.
We have 6.
You should have 6 players, right?
No,
No,
actually.
this is everyone, actually, yeah.
Do not have
Yeah, no, so
Steric,
we've got
we
2
do not
slots.
Oh,
have
right.
both.
You do. You
Okay,
have
yeah,
2 more
so,
slots left.
2 slots.
Yeah,
I say we bring Red.
yeah,
Red and
Red and
blue?
Having a
Junia.
defensive caster would be very great. Although, hang on, how good is
Oh,
Sabina's healing when she's all in on it?
Well, if I'm all in on it, I have triple healing because I can make illusions that also heal.
Yes, but that is a lot of setup, and it's not really.
Hers is a lot of setup, but it is probably the closest thing you can get to full heal.
Yeah, I can heal as well, but not nearly as good as others.
I do have the revive on George, so he gets
Let's
at
see,
least one
Lane-
extra life.
Lane could technically join you, but refuses to for story reasons. Who else did I
True.
not put on the? I think I put everyone else on the table. The
Celia volunteer.
No,
but
unlikely.
Saleya, no, she's not going to volunteer. She's going to be too busy torching all of Temeria.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
fair. Good use.
Yeah.
Raise a couple of mountains
Beat
for
it.
me, girl.
Beta would have been a magic items for everyone involved, but George already exists, so
Yeah, I can do that. Although I won't say
what-
no if she wants to like give an assist on the crafting of it.
Is there another person from the Republic that offers their talents?
So are we in agreement that we take red?
Orso and Lucio both could technically offer their talents, but they're both tanks. So
Yeah.
because one is a AOE buff tank, the other is a tank.
All right, so red would prevent us from taking damage in addition to stage effects, which
Yeah.
He's
He's a
just going
competent
straight
mage, so if he's not restricted on cuts as well, he could at least
Backup heal.
give some assistance. Yeah.
So then the choice is between Soteris, which you said he's what, 2 strategies at once?
Yeah, two martial stratagems at once,
Yeah.
and he's a
And he's a
decent martial in general.
Yeah. Is he stronger than George in a fight?
Pure like fight wise, I'm not honestly sure. Like you'd win just because you have infinite armor, right? But
Okay.
if it were a fair fight, I think he would win.
All right. You might want to take Junya.
Junia as an immunity to stuns is definitely a
And
good
as a
choice.
chronomancer, I
But
imagine
Roselle-
she has the world.
She has what I draw for her that day.
Not sure.
And Rizal
But then
probably
again-
pick someone up from the dead.
Rosella has well, she is a fully spec'd healer, something this game has basically never had before.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and also she can fly, so she's not likely to be targeted directly. So
Okay. And I could always I can make her like a shield for herself as well. So we won't have to worry as much about her.
fucking Lucio would probably give her his magic shield.
Oh, is it?
For
Has
this-
it got reflect or something on it?
Right, isn't Lucio
that thing. I don't know if you recall, but during the Hagen tournament, that shield ate a major arcana.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, so she would have her protection. I guess I could give her something to, I don't know, bolster her healing.
I do though like the idea of Junia, who just says no, fuck you to stuns and whatever existing,
That
because
is
there's the
very
there is the decent chance that is just a fucking mechanic.
Also,
yeah.
May would be decent at healing.
Not to mention.
Oh right, I forgot Strixus, who technically doesn't volunteer but is dragged here by Abraxas.
I see. And what can
And
he do?
he is well, his entire battery was built, or his entire body was built as a mana battery by Abraxas. He can absorb 3 spells without 3 spells that target him, and just say no to them.
I see. So he would be another.
He is an anti-magic
shield.
tank.
Yeah.
Which,
Can't George
not
just
really-
stuff him in his torso?
It's a matter of the portal only taking 8 people. It counts. It would count you as 2 people.
But what if I fixed the head?
It would
But
still count you as
still
2
a second
people
head.
because there's two
Yeah.
because there's 2 entities there.
I see. Okay.
2 heads do not count as 1.
Probably not a good idea to bring Strixus.
Probably not, but if this were a party that gets fucked by magic, then it would be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm planning to make myself a new piece of armor that has more magic protection.
Morkant can technically join, but the benefit of having Morkant is the benefit of having Morkant, which isn't much better. It's like possibly slightly better than the other 2 casters, just because he's a player-made character.
He's not
And he was-
terrible.
Well, he is like just
His source
Like,
of magic
mechanic-
is trash, though.
well, mechanically speaking, he's probably the best caster because he has whatever he wants in his hand, essentially. But
Yeah, but he'd run out quick.
yeah.
And he would have no way of replenishing, so no.
I'm leaning heavily on Junia, and then Roselle as the second choice.
I'm leaning heavily on Rosella and Junior's second, so
Did we?
How much of that is because Junior flirted with you today? Just
I mean George has been very tempted to just kill himself, respawn, reflesh, and then just go all in.
Well,
oh, but then you wouldn't be tireless.
At least he'd enjoy it as well.
That's the way Junia swings. Is that she's into anyone that gives her a bone? Sorry, let me change your description.
That isn't exactly what I was going for, but it is a funny statement. So yes.
There we go.
honestly, personality-wise, very close.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm leaning towards Roselle being our choice. Anyone else?
Look, you can't leave.
You don't want to hear the moans of her as George is in a tent.
Look, you can't leave
What the
Junior
fuck?
on the ground with all of the undead. All right.
God, she'll molest all of the undead.
She
she'll
would.
stop time just to molest all the undead longer.
Christ.
Stops time, molest you, unpauses time.
We can't bring her along. She'll. Oh no, she'll put new ideas in Aethos' head. It won't just be murder.
The
As if Aethith
benefits,
didn't have those ideas.
The benefits Chronomancy would give Aethith or you are staggering.
They
It's a good
are.
thing
That
Aethys-
is, it's really strong.
If she gets the right major and she can give either of you a bonus turn, it would swing the fight in your way hard. But- But Rosella can technically do the same with like haste magic instead of
Yeah.
chronomancy if she draws the right major arcana. So it's
Yeah, or if she draws, I guess, very well.
You
she
shouldn't-
could
you shouldn't
almost
really
revive from dead.
you shouldn't really judge by the major arcana because I'll just draw from a full deck
Yeah.
of
No, I mean
those.
like just regular cards. If they're a
Yeah, yeah.
dedicated healer,
So, aside
Well, I'm
aside
sure
from
they
the
can
fact
do
that
that.
she's built as a dedicated healer, she doesn't prevent anything special, right?
Well,
she's
she can.
able to protect herself with that magic shield should be lent.
I believe.
We
Hold
have
on, let
to
me
worry
pull it up.
about
Yes, what I initially wrote for her was just two toughness back for everyone a turn. Just a flat AoE heal.
Oh, that is nice.
That is actually nice.
Yes.
That's
I mean,
more
he's probably
valuable
dealing
for you
about
guys.
14 damage to one single target, but hey, one person getting healed too is nice.
That's hang on. That's still everybody.
Yeah,
I
it's still
might
everybody.
change the way that works to where she gets like 10 points of healing and she can just allocate them as a free action per turn.
Yeah.
Oh, free action.
But-
yes.
Not having those
But-
restricted to just toughness as well would be nice.
Unfortunately, they are restricted to toughness. You are
Well-
very much in danger of dying here.
Well, if she casts a full spell, I'm sure she could knit together something.
She'd have to use mages to just fully, like, instantly heal wounds directly.
Yeah, well, no, like, regen's still a thing, right?
Well, it heals toughness over time.
Yeah.
Well, then we're buying more healing potions.
Oh, let me check what I wrote for Orso. I believe Orso was just Die Hard to everyone in the party as the talent, but
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
don't recall.
That's good.
I mean, that is secondarily, that is a benefit like Danielle's, but Danielle is only giving extra talents.
Yes. But you already have a tank, so I don't really think it's necessary. I assume George has Die Hard.
Wait, so Danielle's
actually-
doesn't have any casting?
Actually,
Strange.
George doesn't.
Who
have
Orso?
No, Danielle.
Danielle is not really much of a fighter, unfortunately.
Ah, she's
And
beautiful.
She
I know
got-
George does.
She
George
got
does
to her position by being good at inspiring people, good at Opal, and good at politics. She did not get there by being good at fighting.
And winning
Yeah.
Sabina's heart.
No, George doesn't have Die Hard. He has Vigor, Sprinter, Swift 2, Second Skin, Parry 1, Ambidextrous, and Action stuff.
Oh, but God,
But-
Die Hard. So Orso plus Roselle would make this fight not incredibly deadly for us. Because
Hang on.
all-
That I will tell you that is not true.
Well,
Hang on,
no,
I
I'm.
do have
Well,
a.
we
I do
we don't have. We'll have essentially a toughness bar for the entire fight. Not.
Yes,
So,
but that does not mean it will not be deadly for you.
Hang on, I do have a bottled resurrection on me though, so I kind
Yes,
of
you
got
do.
Die Hard.
Well, no. May is or can be fairly proficient at healing, and the same thing on majors. If May had death, I believe that she would be able to resurrect people now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, but they'll come back as vampires, which
Well,
may be good, maybe bad.
Okay, I can guarantee resurrecting people as vampires. Potentially,
Yes.
with the right majors, I can resurrect people as
Yes,
people.
yes.
If drawn.
So, how would that work with George?
Well, it might not.
She drinks his
Thinking
marrow
about it-
and he becomes a vampire skeleton.
The
Double
no.
six
The problem with George is that she can't actually bite him.
Yeah, he's made of.
All right, George, make a magic item for May. That's red adamantium fang caps.
Teeth.
I'm not making her a I'm not making her a tooth condom. Okay.
Give her
Fuck.
adamantium chompers.
Do not appreciate that description. Also, I feel like that realistically vampire resurrection only works on people with flesh
It
and possibly
should,
only
yeah.
Sabina and
Because-
other mages that are human.
because of what parasitism is, it's technically or because of what vampirism is, it's technically a living thing that possesses a body. Sort of like the chimerization, but different source and not malicious.
Though, question: would Opal cancel out vampirism?
Yes. But
So
that
would
would
she-
likely kill the
so-
vampire because
So she wouldn't live through it. Is what you're saying?
well, May would live through it because she wasn't killed to become a vampire. She was born a vampire.
No, but I mean, like, Sabina comes back as a vampire, and the Opal fully awakens, then Sabina just dies again, or does she get
Very
cured of
possibly.
vampirism?
If it's the type of wound that not even vampirism can fix, maybe you just die instantly. But then again, you don't have to use Opal.
I think I want to say the healing might just be more valuable. We've got people who can heal, but I think all of us PCs are much better as primary damage dealers.
So, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I could set things up in a way where I could cast potentially 8 points of healing per turn
Well, she doesn't.
consistently.
She'll have 10 points of healing that she doesn't have to use an action for. So she can do more than 10 points of healing in a round if
No,
she draws
that would, as long as I remain in Umbral Darkness, that would be as a bonus on an attack with the bound weapon.
We're going to be fighting a demon that's taken the form of the
You are
fucking
not-
sun.
There is a look, Egg. There is a reason Otto can't fight up there, and it's because it is practically impossible to create an umbral darkness up there because you're illuminated from literally every side.
Look, I will try my damnedest.
All right, so we're taking Rosella, aren't we?
It's up to you.
I think
Fuck, we
we're
can
party.
we can call it here, and you can mull it over the weekend. But instead of if we don't pick here, at least pick the angle of approach you'll take to the capital.
My choice was Rosella, so it'd save us from having to spec healing. Though I do want stun defense, but
Well, let's cover how exactly you're gonna get the capital before we
well, like Sabina was trying to say in the run up to this thing, I believe we should aid the rebellion effort. Military forces being drained dry, much of the empire will refocus from Estia to Caravelia. And
you would find that on mention of this, while the rebels are very appreciative, you should prioritize getting rid of the sun, because if this is the last chance you have,
well,
the
it's not
rebellion can
tomorrow.
wait.
It's not tomorrow
Well,
that the sun
Yeah, you
is,
have yes, but
look,
do bear in mind
distracting-
that
opening as many
taking-
fronts as possible for the Empire will give us a window.
do bear in mind that if you help out the rebellion, it will take time you could use to prepare otherwise, such as learning better Opal, for example, for you,
Ah, goddamn it,
or getting magic items, for example, for
George.
I'm not sure if George has slots, but I know I know May
I
has.
don't have slots, but I can still make items and swap out what I have.
Yeah,
At least supply
it
arms
kind of
to
have-
the
if
rebellion.
it will make your path into the capital easier if you go from the Malvis Gordon, because it's basically a straight shot down undefended territory.
That,
but
You could
again,
land-
it'll
you could take a roundabout way and land at the Bertie territory as well.
The-
That's
the
a
Yes,
long
but
fight.
that blank-looking man next to Aethif hasn't said anything. Does he have any insights on smuggling 8 people into the capital?
he has insight enough to be able to tell you that he can, or rather that he will be shutting down one of the fights you would have faced otherwise without him. He is essentially making sure that no patrols are going where you will be going.
I see.
So,
His influence is more political, less directly smuggling you in.
Sabina would really, really want to progress Opal.
It is up to you.
I'm willing to just go straight through the Malvis.
Yeah.
Where on the map is Malvis Gordon?
Blue flag. From there, the capital is the king piece.
Is
It's 33.4.
the area that May would have been from would have been just west of that, right?
The area May's from is like here.
Here.
What's there? Oh, I'm looking at the map upside down.
Yes. Because unfortunately, we
see.
didn't draw one of these.
Look,
There-
if you hadn't played Starrick back then, or Sarek back then, rather, there would be a flag for May in her homeland, but it is unfortunate that you swapped characters after the Empire trip.
Mm,
The most important part.
yeah, it's tough to know what to do with characters.
It's fine.
No, not really.
But for what it's worth, you have handled things outside of the final day rather well. What with Spider having a decent chunk of influence in the Empire, and also you making sure the Malvis Gordon is no longer toxic. And you basically have like 4 starting points. Do bear in mind, Starrick's home is that a potential starting point because the Druid circles can't teleport between each other.
That
yeah,
is
but that's
nice.
just so far away.
Well,
The
it's
problem with
probably
that,
like 30 miles more than the Malvis
no,
Gordon.
the problem with starting in Starrick's home is that you are running against the eclipse rather than with it.
Yeah.
So
But
Much
but
less
our
time.
but our is our party of 8 expected though?
your party of 8 is about as expected as like any invasion is, which is to say they know you're doing shit. The Empire knows you're doing shit, and they know that this is your last chance to actually do anything. So they are
So
at least trying to
realistically-
defend themselves.
So realistically, the Malvis Cordon is our only
shot.
point if because there's no other one that goes east
No,
or west.
no, because they not necessarily
there's
because they
George's
don't.
land. We could land at ships there, probably.
They don't. They know you're coming. They don't know which direction you're coming from, so they concentrated their defenses at the capital. Is what I'm trying to say.
We're going to be smacking above.
There's
essentially.
a decent chance that there are some leftover defenses that you're going to have to fight through.
We should have really tried to burn down the capital over there. Or
You
flood
would-
the
one of the
capital.
nukes, right? We've still got one.
You you would have failed, but I would have applauded the effort.
We will at the very least, at least I hope, have the rail cannons.
The rail cannons will be used to shoot from. The rail cannons will be used to shoot directly from the compact at the Empire.
We'll have ultra long range bombardment. So
Yes. Of course, it won't be the most precise thing, but you'll likely be able to call in a strike. Yeah, look, you'll be able to call in a Helldiver strike.
yeah, and
380
these are going to be
bombardment.
essence. Remember, these are essence bombs. They're big fucking explosions.
I mean, they're only essence bombs if you fill it with essence. You could fill it with whatever the fuck you come up with, really.
Yeah.
Well, what we'll end up having is we'll just drag along some like.
What? Wait. Why don't we use the
wizard.
Why don't we use the rail cannon to deliver the flood?
Consider
Could.
launching that.
Consider
What are
that
the
you need
G-forces
to.
involved in a rail cannon.
No,
What
no,
are
no,
the
hold on.
G-forces a snow globe can sustain before cracking?
Consider the following: you need to enter that capital to get to the portal. Do you want to flood your approach?
I don't breathe.
Okay, you and Aethif don't breathe.
Okay, but you're still gonna have to trudge through a flood to get to where you're going, which
Okay,
will
we
be actively working against you because the city is structured such that it goes from the lowest point to the highest point to the center. Yeah.
I see.
If
Well,
we snow globe it, we drop the snow globe on the city as we enter the tower.
yeah.
Abraxas would ask you not to do that because he has personal revenge that he needs to handle inside.
I
And,
see. Well, we'll give you the nuke then, Abraxas, and you just pop that when you're leaving.
Thank you.
Don't do it before we get into the portal.
Obviously not. I'm not a fool.
But
He's a
we
guy
will
with a
have
nuke.
we will have ultra long range bombardment, and if we choose, those can be mixed with essence.
You will only have ultra long range bombardment if George chooses to spend the time on making them, because which
Well,
means
could you-
if you want the bombardment, it's very likely that you can't get the Malus Gordon entrance.
Where's the rebellion site?
It's in Caravalia, but the only real passage was the Malus Gordon, which
So
you can
Yeah.
you can
So,
try. Well,
So would this be a full party method to secure the Malvis Cordon, or could just someone sacrifice their prep time?
Given the nature of this fight, I would imagine that the best possible equipment for the combatants within it is more valuable than long-range bombardment.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Possibly.
If they're essence bombs, it would essentially just wipe out the fucking area, right?
I need to do a bit of math on the rebellion. I think
Okay, well,
it'll
we can
likely
postpone
take.
this then.
Yeah, I think it'll likely take most of the party, if not all of you, to actually do it in a lot of time. Because this isn't a war simulator where you can just waltz through with super weapons. This is like
Insurgency.
Well, yeah, you're supporting an insurgency,
okay.
which
Well, we can postpone this then for and just hold off on the final decision for a little bit.
I would like to know the final decision just so I know which maps I have to
Yes.
build, but
Well,
but that's about the approach more than
So Malvis
because I know I'm
Cordon
gonna
would
have to
be
build the capital maps. I know I'm gonna have to likely
So-
build at least another.
So a summary: the Malvis Cordon is the easiest approach, but to secure it, we have to make sure the rebellion is progressed enough that all of our party has been distracted by it. Is that a fair assessment, or am I getting something wrong?
I think you can probably get one person's worth of free time without and still do the Malvis Gordon, but who that person is and who has the most valuable use of their free time is the question.
But not to be offensive, but Wolf Sather, what do you think your character is doing with their free time?
Spending it on training, nothing more.
Oh,
Right.
Don't you
So,
want to
yeah.
beat some Caravelian not rebels? Those not rebellion scum?
I mean, she would if she was asked.
Yeah,
Right.
we're asking here.
Of course, if you're willing to just take a bit more of a fight leading up to the capital, which if you're bringing Otto along shouldn't be an issue because he gives you a full rest.
Yeah,
It might just
yeah,
be
I'm
better
willing
to
to
land
do
at George. It might just be better for you to land at George's.
Possibly so.
Yeah, I'm
Because,
willing to do that, yeah.
because you chose the full rest, you get a lot more flexibility here.
We would also have undead forces with us.
Well, everywhere we're going, we're going to have undead
And
forces.
possibly...
Well,
No, I mean, it's specifically like heavily equipped undead forces.
Well, yes, Abraxas has fucking shock troops he's willing to give you, and by shock troops I mean literal storm giants.
Yeah, so... And not to mention that as well, like, we'll have regular, like, Berties, old Berties, raising.
To be fair, birdies wouldn't be too useful on account of the whole non-violence thing, but they're at least willing to fight.
Well, they'll be... the undead have arms and armor laid at their tombs.
Yeah.
So,
But the real reason all of the undead are being woken up is essentially a distraction for the giant fire towers.
Yeah.
Because they still operate without the sun on account of all of the soul siphoned from the citizenry, which was all of the white fire rituals you've seen that you didn't really roll enough arcana onto. Yeah. I mean, you tried, but the arcana rolls you had were so shit I couldn't actually give you the info.
Who'd have rolled on this?
I believe it was Carr back then.
Oh yeah, and I guess I just got a fucking shit roll.
Yeah.
Oh well. If we're talking about approach, if
it's more of a fight from Dirty's lands, but
it's more of a
possible.
It's more of a fight, but as long as you get up to where you need to go, the full heal should carry you through.
So is this basically full rest before entering the tower? That's what
It's
that
a
is?
full
rest
before the portal.
Full rest at the portal, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
so
the
we go in
instant.
full
So
with
it's
the boss fight.
Right before.
Right.
Yeah,
And
right before the
you
boss
step
fight.
through, you get full restore.
Okay, but like, yeah, so all of the route approaching is the before you step through.
I don't like the strategic angle of having to sail all the way across and around Caravelia.
But it's
before
entirely
hitting
possible.
George Birdie's.
It's annoying, but it's
But it can be done and
likely.
you'll still get free time.
It's likely. I mean, I'm not saying it. I mean, it might not be the best place to land.
Because I'd say the best place to land would be, I know it's higher elevation, but near the former Hagian lands, because the Empire really hasn't settled that region.
If you land near the former Hagen lands, you will have about as many fights as George's lands, and they will be tougher than the fights going from the north. But you will technically get a bit more time, like a few more months of free time. I think 3 months, probably, maybe 2 months.
Save us some time and save us some. Save us some surprise naval encounters on our way to the George Birdie lands.
I will tell you that Captain Morton would have been here. I just couldn't find his icon. He can get you up to the Birdie lands without actually fighting anything.
Nice.
But it's ultimately up to you.
So unless we're sacrificing Chun's free time to help the rebellion enough for us to get to the Malvis Court, and then George Birdie's is our best shot.
Where is getting to that collector in the year and a half before this feasible
yes,
thing?
it's very feasible.
And that's somewhere in this area, right?
Yeah.
Caravelia.
Yeah.
You can get your hands on the other vampire blood, though I will say, possibly better postpone that, considering final fight coming up, and that's more of a long-term goal for May, I imagine.
True, but if that comes with power, depending on how
you could
be-
probably give. Well, actually, none of your humans that don't have opals, so you can't really give any of your party members the same capstone you have. But
would it improve? It would improve myself. No.
Sabina just screwed things up for everybody, didn't she?
well, sort of, but not really, because opal itself is very powerful, and you will get it will get quite a bit better if you actually have the time to focus on it here.
Which is why she's going to do that.
Yeah. As for it improving your thing, I don't really think it's enough to get you to like tier 4 caster with vampirism, unfortunately.
What about additional
It'll probably give you
traits?
extra. It'll probably just expand the total capacity you have in your pool.
More
Which is
Maybe,
capacities?
maybe change the way you cast slightly with
More
some
capacity
better.
if there's more trait point, or even like a trait point is valuable as well.
Yeah.
The other question is just, do we even expect to face enemies possessing blood in the tower? I'm guessing
Yes. The paladins are blood creatures. The robots aren't, but the paladins will likely be the more dangerous opponent because the robots will, if you hit it when it's sundown or when it's the eclipse, most of the robots will be off.
Or at low power, at least.
Yeah. There will be a few specifically designed to operate after that, but
Yeah.
you
The other
shouldn't
thing-
you shouldn't expect to see a lot of robots. It's mostly humans that you'll be facing.
The other thing I'm considering, bargain bag, probably useless in this encounter. This hat is more for social things, so that slot is unneeded.
I would
And
recommend keeping the hat on for the fight that's happening on the surface of the sun.
The hat stays on during the final battle.
Because
I figure replacing it with entirely covering armor is sensible there. No,
that only works if you don't get hit.
Hmm.
Because
I'm also doubtful that this would even function in that circumstance.
the hat is good. The panic button.
I don't know.
I'm thinking about
that's
it.
a thing to think about.
It would function, but if you did use it, you would essentially forfeit the entire fight, meaning
Indeed.
you would have died. You will die anyways.
Indeed. So, I don't know, that might be a thing to think about, but quite likely a decent portion of my magic items are not the most relevant there.
We should be able to get magic items from.
To be
Villa,
fair-
considering the
to be fair-
charge.
To be fair, bargain bag is either very good or very bad, depending on if you can come up with a creative thing to do with it or not.
It's very fun, but in this circumstance, I think it's better to equip something else. So I have a lot of slots to figure out potentially.
Yeah. You've got a lot to work with. I do recommend keeping the hat at least. The other
Alright,
two you
shall
can probably
we-
get rid of.
Should we call it here? I'm fading.
And we can call it here. Just try to tell me by the end of the week what your plan is.
Wolfsather, can you think of something you want your character to be doing for this time?
I mean, she would spend her time, as I said, training and trying to figure out some more skills or techniques. But
You could try picking up a few new arts. Maybe depending on.
yeah, I
Depending on what
would
they
have
are.
to think about what kind of arts I would want her to have.
Yeah. And you could always help someone else with their free time project if you don't have anything to do.
Yeah.
So then
George's
the
free
Burgundians
time
it is.
project would be the artillery.
It is somewhat sad that we didn't get a cut rack for this.
Well, we can go over with him and see if
Yeah.
he changes anything based on his assessment.
Alright, I've got to go to sleep.
Well, I'm mostly
Yeah.
curious as to what the hell Aethif is going to end up doing. Good night. Oh, he's gone.
Yep.
How
Alright,
rude.
so-
Do we just call it here?
Say
Yeah.
goodnight.
I have nothing more to add. If because I have my vote for what we do, and I think we just need to have that healer girl with us. So
Yeah, that sounds like the best choice.
as much as I want the ability Junia brings, healing is also muy importante.
Yes, and it is worth noting that because she's a compact caster, healing comes a bit harder for her than
Yeah, she's not expressive in Opal.
She can do it because she's an expert wizard, and it'd be kind of silly not to pick it up just so you can heal people.
But if she's like Sabina, then it's one round of healing.
Yeah, she'd essentially have half cups for the entire fight, I think.
Yeah.
Or rather, she could only use wands instead of cups, is what I'm trying to say.
If I switch out no cups for no swords on Utopian casting, that would
Yeah,
that would help.
good
That's a
access
decision
to
I would
cups.
also have to make as well.
Of course,
Well,
for the Utopian casting is actually relatively easy. You just have to change what you're stocking in the
Yeah.
in the storehouse.
Also, if Umbral Darkness is basically impossible, that means Weather Vane is irrelevant and could potentially be changed out for that circumstance.
I will say I don't want to make Weather Vane for you irrelevant, but like because it's basically the cornerstone of the entire casting tradition, really.
Hmm.
But you can't really achieve it without the casting, I don't think. And I think the way I'm gonna rule it is you can do it, it just won't apply the debuffs it normally does.
That's fine. If like applying the darkness area.
Like, when you apply the darkness area, it won't make you harder to hit like it currently does.
That's fine. So that if that's the case, then May could heal fairly effectively by using the Weather Vane cast for healing on a bound weapon attack.
Of course, you do have to set it up and make sure it doesn't get destroyed.
Yeah, just
Because
like
you are fighting something that can.
Sabina's,
You are fighting something that can, in fact, target darkness to blow it away.
But some magic, that's a thing to look into with or for magic items, probably.
But it is certainly a possibility for you. Of course, if you don't want the Weather Vane, you can. Actually, I don't think you really can get rid of it because of how essential it is to Utopian casting.
Yeah. Sort of feels wrong to get rid of it anyway.
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna press the end stream button. You guys have a.
Oh, you hadn't already?
I had not already. No. You could have been talking about a bunch of other things that are completely improper. Take care, everyone.
Penis.